Alright, are we live? Are we back? Yep, I can hear the game. I think we're all good. Should probably turn it down a little bit. Yeah. I guess let's just hit our first split. So here we are. Welcome back. You know, it's been a week. It's been a week for sure. We don't actually have that much on stream this week. We have like 2 news stories that I want to talk about. And then just, you know, there's all these rumors going around right now about a Nintendo Direct. I think it is very likely that, you know, we might get a Nintendo Direct next week. I think it is very possible. So, yeah, I was just kind of like, let's roll with it, you know? So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to roll with it. And yeah, let's make some direct predictions. I wrote down like 2. I legitimately was like, you know, let's do some direct predictions. I thought of that like 4 minutes ago. So I've literally written nothing down, but we'll figure it out. And then for WIBE, I've been playing Donkey Kong. That's literally all I've been doing. I guess I did do a little Miitopia, but I still haven't beaten the game. And we might talk about it anyways. No food stuff this week, at least. No food stuff this week. No, that is actually a lie. Fuck, I'll throw it in the miscellaneous stuff. And then Fantastic Four. I did see Fantastic Four. We'll do some quick non-spoilers, then we'll do the spoiler section. You know how it goes. And then we'll end off with Marble League. We have, I think, events 4 and 5, Rodeo in the 5 meter. That sounds right. And then we're shiny hunting. Because this is the last shiny hunting event, which was all Pikachu clones. So it's Pawmi, Dedenne, Plusle, Minun. I don't think Togedemaru's in this game. It might be. I don't think it's Togedemaru. It's Pawmi. Which is the one we're current. What are the other 2? I do not have the list pulled up in front of me right now. Pachirisu and Morpeko. There we go. So we're starting off with Pawmi here. We need 3 Pawmis. Luckily, because most Pikachu clones are only 1 stage, we only need 1 of them. We also technically don't even need Morpeko because I already have 1. But we'll probably get 1 anyways. But yeah, Pachirisu, Plusle, Minun are all 1 stage. Dedenne? Dedenne is only 1 stage. The only one we need multiple of is Pawmi here. So we need 3 of these little guys. So hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. I don't think it will be. And yeah, that's it. You know, we'll go for a little bit. If we don't get them all tonight, I'll be honest, I'm not going to be too upset about it. I'll just do it and maybe we'll do it another night. But we'll talk about here in a little bit. There's currently Pokemon companies doing like this thing where it's like, hey, we're going to do basically 2 months of shiny events along with 2 months of raid battles to get some shiny Pokemon that you previously could not get. And, you know, I want to participate in that. And because we haven't done this event yet, we have to do this event. And then we can go get that. I know the first one is Oddish, which I want an Oddish. Because, fun fact, my first ever shiny Pokemon was a shiny Gloom. Back in Gen 4. In the post-game. I think it was in the post-game I found one. And that Pokemon's been lost to time. Just completely lost to time. You know, it happens. But I want to get a new one, so that's what we're going to try to do. But that'll be, you know, next week, 2 weeks from now. We've got each of these events go for like 2 or 3 weeks each. Like, all this stuff ends in like September. So we've got some time. Because we're also only like one stream away from finishing Mario Galaxy. So we'll do this week. We'll probably do Mario Galaxy next week. And then we'll do Pokemon the week after. Or maybe we'll do 2 weeks of Pokemon. And then we'll do Mario. We'll finish up Mario Galaxy. I don't know. There's a lot going on right now. So it's going to be some combination of that. I'll figure it out. So that's the plan. That is the plan at the moment. That's weird. But, hey, we got our first Pawmi. There's one down. 2 more to go. Alright, so for gaming news, we have the Pokemon Presents. That's the big story, you know. Pokemon did their showcase. We're playing a Pokemon game. Was it a good Pokemon Presents? Fuck no. But we're still going to talk about it, because we might as well. And then after that, we got Lego Gameboy. They did... Well, we've known about the Lego Gameboy for a while. They did officially reveal it. We got a trailer. It's at Comic-Con. We're going to talk about it, obviously. And finally, there's all these rumors of a Nintendo Direct next week. I kind of hope it happens, but we're gonna talk about it anyways. You know, I'm gonna make some minor predictions. Like I said, I literally only have like 2 things written down. I'm actually gonna... Let me add a 3rd thing. And then, yeah. I'm actually going to add a 4th thing real quick while I'm thinking about it. This is what happens when I don't have time to take notes. Not that I... Okay, not that I didn't have time, just that I didn't think about it until, like, right before we started. So, yeah, that's the stream. Alright, so let's talk about this Pokemon Presents. I got a lot to say, because it was a very... I mean, it's, again, so with the Pokemon Presents that happened on the 22nd, we found out about this Pokemon Presents well over a month ago. For some reason, the Pokemon Company was just like, oh yeah, you know, we were all waiting for a Nintendo Direct announcement, and instead of getting a Nintendo Direct announcement, they instead announced this Pokemon Presents for some stupid fucking reason. And they announced this thing like a month out. Maybe that was to like dissuade people like, hey, don't worry, you're going to get Pokemon content soon. I can't remember if this was this presentation got announced before or after ZA's release date was revealed. Because that happened sometime after April. But I can't remember if it was before or after this. I would not be surprised if this showcase was announced first. And then, later on, we got the Pokemon Presents announcement. It was just kind of weird that they... Because normally, Nintendo Directs and these Pokemon Presents, they at most get announced like a week out. Like, if we do get a Nintendo Direct next week, it's going to be announced on Tuesday, and it'll happen Thursday. Or it'll be announced Monday, and happen on a Wednesday. Nintendo is the type of company to only give, like, 48 hours notice. Which, to be fair, that wasn't always the case, but, you know, that's mostly... Like, you know, we always knew an E3 showcase was going to happen at E3. But other than that, at most they give, like, a week's notice. And I think that's the right way to do things. I think, as time has gone on, the learning how to Direct and the Direct actually happening has gotten shorter and shorter. Which is good, because it gives less time for speculation. Because when you give... You know, the idle mind is the devil's playground. So when you give people time to speculate, they're gonna go fucking crazy. And guess what happened here? People went a little fucking crazy. There was all these ideas of, hey, maybe they're going to announce Gen 10. Next year is the 30th anniversary. They'll announce Gen 10 this year. You know, they'll tease it that next year we're going to get Gen 10. Oh, maybe we're going to get Black and White remakes. Maybe we're going to get Black and White 3. They're going to tease that. Hey, maybe we're finally going to get ports of the Game Boy and Game Boy Advanced games. You know, I'd love to play Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald again. Like, people go crazy, which I think just we need to learn. Pokemon Presents fucking suck. These are always terrible showcases. No matter how short, how long they are, even if they have good announcements. At the end of the day, Pokemon Presents always suck. And when will you learn? When will you finally learn that your actions have consequences? That these shows are not good, and you need to stop treating them like they are good. Because they will never be good. Despite what crazy thing they might reveal, they will never be good. Because, and I joked about this when we were watching it. Everyone does. It's not a good joke. But it's that every Pokemon Presents is 15 minutes of shit nobody cares about, and then the one thing you actually do care about, which is the last 2 minutes, and then the show just ends, no big reveals or anything. And that's exactly what it is. You know, that's exactly what this showcase was. It was 15 minutes of stuff nobody cared about. Pokemon Pocket TCG didn't even show up in the showcase, which we'll talk about that, because guess what? We did get some Pocket news, but not in the showcase for whatever fucking reason. We'll talk about that at the very end. But, you know, it's a bunch of shit nobody cares about, a bunch of mobile game trash, and then the final minute is like, hey, here's your new look at Legends EA, and then the show just ends. Not that, again, that was the only good... There were other good things in the show, but, like, someone that kind of funny, it might have been Andy, it might have been Blessing, it might have been Mike. They gave it, like, it was probably Andy, gave it, like, a 2 out of 10, and I can't fault them for that score at all. I probably lean closer to, like, a 4 or a 5, but I feel like, on average, these shows just kind of get a 4 out of 5 score, because they're not actually that good. They never have been that good. Yeah, 4 out of 5 sounds about right. Or 4 out of 10, I mean. Yeah, 4 out of 10 sounds right. So, what actually got announced? They start off, hey, the Pokemon World Championships are in Anaheim. I want to say later this year. I think that's a this year thing. Like, tickets have already gone on sale. Hey, if you go, you can get a special Toad School that you probably could just get in the game, and at most it'll have, like, a mark or something on it. Or, you know, a ribbon. It's dumb. It's dumb. But, you know, I know people have a lot of fun at the Pokemon World Championships. They're these big events, you know, they're always pretty cool. So I don't actually fault... Like, it's one of those things that I expected them to talk about. There's no actual problem with it. It's just Toad School. It's whatever. I don't know. I've never been. Maybe if they do it in Vegas one year. They might have already done that, honestly. I don't keep track on these things. Back when I used to regularly go to Vegas. Oh, the wiles of youth. After that, they talked about Pokemon Concierge. You know, this is the Netflix show that, admittedly, I haven't watched, but it looks really, like, I love the animation style. It's, I don't know if it is hand animated, like Aardman, or if it's just, you know, made to look, you know, kind of like, the Lego movies. The Lego movies are fully CGI animated, but they put a lot of care and effort into making it look like it's real pieces. I don't know if Pokemon Concierge is, you know, just CGI that looks like it's fake, or, you know, that looks like it's, you know, felt and whatnot, or if it is just actually felt, like stop motion. I have no idea. Either way, I think it looks great. You know, it seems to have a bunch of likable characters in it. I don't actually have any problems with Pokemon Concierge. It's getting more episodes on Netflix. How many episodes are already out, actually? Give me on the phone. Phone, pull up. Pokemon Concierge. It currently only has 4 episodes, really? I thought it was going to be more than that. Either way, they come out in September like 4th or something like that. It's good. It looks good. After that, we got an update from Aardman, who is, Shaun the Sheep, Wallace and Gromit, Chicken Run, the Misadventures of Pirates, other stuff. Did they do Flushed Away? I don't remember. Early Man, which... Oh, God, I remember that. I remember seeing... That was in the Movie Pass days. Seeing Early Man, when, every week you'd go to the movie. Every week you had that free Movie Pass movie, and you just go see whatever's out there. I haven't thought about that in years. But, okay, when we found out Aardman was doing a Pokemon movie, or a Pokemon shorts or whatever, yeah. Hell yeah. They're great. They just got off of Vengeance Most Foul, the newest Wallace and Gromit movie, which was fantastic. Even though by this time, like halfway through the year, it's definitely fallen in my rankings a little bit. But that's just because there's been so many good movies out this year. But no, Vengeance Most Foul was really good. It's also on Netflix. Highly go recommend it. I think that was the first episode when we rebranded the show. That was the first episode. But after that, we got their new thing is called Pokemon Tales, The Misadventures of Sirfetch'd and Pichu. It's Aardman. They're a very British studio. They lean heavily into it. So, of course, Sirfetch'd is a very British Pokemon. They've got Wooloo. They're gonna lean into it. I wouldn't be surprised if these are like shorts, if they take from Shaun the Sheep, where it's like, there's no talking. It's just, characters on wacky little adventures. I think that'd be very cute. I think there's a really good idea there. So I'm all aboard for, Pokemon Misadventures. It is announced crazy early. Like, this doesn't come out until 2027. That's a ways away. That's like a full 2 years. And so I'm surprised, not only did they, them announcing it early, doing the collaboration, no problems with that. But us getting that first little glimpse of it, that first little bit of footage, that's kind of surprising to see so early on. That's something that I would expect us to have to wait a little bit for. But no, we got at least a hint of what it is. So again, not everything in this showcase is bad. I am genuinely interested in this. It just sucks that we're going to have to wait another 2 years. But when it does come, I will happily be there. Pokepark Kanto. So this is something that basically the Pokemon Company has teamed up with a Japanese amusement park. Couldn't tell you which one, right outside of Tokyo. And they're making... It's not a Pokemon theme park. It's more... I've heard someone described it or compared it to if you're from the Midwest, they have these dinosaur nature walks where it's hey, you can walk through a forest or, a nature preserve, but it's got all these little statues of dinosaurs. And that's what this Pokepark Kanto seems to be, is, you take this little nature walk, and along the way you're going to see ceramic Pokemon, maybe little Pokemon animatronics, basic shit. But I think that could be cute. It's not a theme park as we think of it in the traditional sense. Even though it is attached to a theme park, there are some rides. I think there's the Dumbo ride at Disneyland. There's one of those, but with Pikachus. I think there was a teacup ride. There's a whole Poke Center with a little market and whatnot. It's it's leaning more heavily into, like, the natural environment and stuff, which I don't think is a bad idea. Like, if Pokemon came over here to the States and was like, yeah, you know, we're gonna get a nature preserve, or, like, you know, Trump wanted to sell all that federal land, and if the Pokemon Company came in and bought up some of that federal land, preserved it, and just put Pokemon statues in it, and invited people to come in, like, I could realistically see that happening. I'm glad that's not, the whole federal land thing isn't happening anymore, because, yeah, no, I don't want that. I don't know anybody who does want that, outside of, you know, crazy people. Oh, fuck, I didn't put South Park in this list. Oh, wow, I did some bad show notes. Ew. I forgot to put South Park in this list. I might edit some things. Note to self, South Park. I also haven't put I've been watching Rick and Morty every week, and I always forget to talk about it. Admittedly, I don't think I saw this week's episode, but other than that, you know, I've been watching Rick and Morty every week, and I keep forgetting to talk about it. But we definitely want to talk about South Park. Oh boy, do we. Okay, so back on it, wherever the fuck we were. After that, so this park opens next year. You know, it's been in construction for a while now. I think it's gonna open like early 2026. They don't have a specific date yet, but you know, it's happening. It's happening soon. Next, they talked about Pokemon Go. They're doing this Go Fest Max Finale. I don't think this is like the final Go Fest or anything like that. That's just what they're calling it. I think Max Finale is like a reference to the games. At least I think that's what they're going for. G-Max. But the whole thing is that, you know, you're going to be able to Gigantamax your Pokemon, and people are going to do raid battles against Eternatus. Woo, okay. Hey, you know, at least they're actually using the Gigantamax Eternatus for something. Because you can't actually use... Outside of its boss battle, you can't actually use it in the game. Yeah, it's... I stopped playing Pokemon Go when most people did. Next up, they talk about Pokemon Masters EX. This is that stupid fucking gacha game. You know, this is Pokemon's equivalent of, like, one of those waifu games... But it's even... Like, can I be honest? I have never actually seen gameplay of this game. I've only seen, like, the conversations of, like, the trainers talking to each other. Because even though, for some stupid fucking reason, Pokemon refuses to put voice acting in their mainline games, their stupid, shitty mobile game has voice acting. Or at least they give all the characters voices. Why the... I know Nintendo and the Pokemon Company especially are very behind the times. I get it. But Pokemon has such an interconnected network of voice actors from doing the anime for over like 20 years. Almost 30 years. And they've done fucking nothing with it in the games. Legends ZA should be fully voice acted. At least every cutscene should be voice acted. Scarlet and Violet should very clearly be voice acted. There are cutscenes that are set up and framed in this game like they should have voice acting, and some people went in and dubbed it over, and it works great. This game clearly was designed to have voice acting, and for some stupid fucking reason, they just didn't do it. And I don't get it. I don't know why they're not doing it. The Pokemon... I know voice acting can be expensive, but this ain't fucking Fallout, where you need to voice multiple lines because, you know, you're a player character who's making decisions. And, you know, you have to script every outcome. Every Pokemon decision is yes, slightly sarcastic yes, or, you know, no on the rare occasions it lets you say no. You can voice act everything. And literally no matter which option you pick, it always results in the same result. So, no, Pokemon games should be voice acted. But the Pokemon, you know, they didn't make $1 billion by spending money. So, we'll fucking see. But yeah, Pokemon Masters EX. Carmen's coming to the game. Her partner is Sinistra. Okay, I guess they're adding terastallizing. Again, I have never actually seen gameplay of this game. I have no idea what this game looks like. I can only think of 2 people I know who play it, and they're like Pokemon fangirls, so it makes sense. But again, I've also never seen gameplay, and I can't even remember the last time I saw them talk about it. Next up, they started off with this trailer where it's like this giant ship, and there's like a Gigantamax Lapras, and it's like, oh, is this gonna be something? Nope, it's just Pokemon Cafe Remix. They're adding Lapras, some characters are gonna get pirate costumes, it'll look cute, fucking whatever, who gives a shit about this game? Again, this is what I'm talking about. You get 15 minutes of mobile game bullshit, and then the one announcement. So we still got mobile game bullshit to go through. Pokemon Sleep. I swear back in February, they announced Entei, Raikou, and Suicune are coming to the game. And then during this, they just doubled down and said, yeah, that's still happening. When is it happening? No idea. But it's still happening. They might have actually given us a date. I wouldn't be surprised if they said like September. But yeah, we got nothing here. Pokemon Unite is getting Latios and Latios. Both of them are coming. This is Pokemon's MOBA. I don't know. I don't know anybody who plays this. Then they also said that, hey, guess what? The Pawmi line is also coming. The Pokemon we're currently shiny hunting will also be coming to the game. Again, the only people I know who play Pokemon Unite are the exact same people who play Pokemon Masters. So, yeah, I don't who cares? I know she's actually excited for Pawmi, but that's a whole other thing. I can't, I don't do MOBAs, and especially not Pokemon. Like League of Legends is already a very greedy game. Adding the greed of the Pokemon Nintendo gets a bad rap for being greedy. Pokemon Company is greedier than, like, any god could imagine. Right? They rival Elon Musk. They rival Donald Trump in their greed. Truly a fucking evil corporation that is only held back because of Nintendo. Not that Nintendo can keep them on the straight and narrow, but, they at least stop them from putting microtransactions in their mainline games. Because if it wasn't for Nintendo, they would 100% do that, by the way. They would. They talked about the TCG. Okay, we're getting TCGs getting Mega Evolutions again to coincide with the new game. Woo? I'm bored just talking about this direct. I would care... it's funny, because I'm more in... From playing TCG Pocket for almost a year now, I'm more into Pokemon trading cards than I probably have been since, like, I was a kid. And that was, like, I'm talking, like, Gen 3. But no matter how much I care about this, I cannot be bothered to play, to get back into the trading card game. I refuse to spend money on buying, like, packs, and I refuse to start, like, hunting for packs, because I will never pay a scalper. And so I'm so glad, I can do the Pocket thing, because I refuse to get into the actual game. Does Purple Cliff make it look kind of fun? Yeah, but no, I can't go back. I can't. Never again. Back in the day, we used to get Pokemon cards. So originally, to get Pokemon cards, I would go down to a comic book store. There was a comic book store right down the street, and they sold Pokemon cards. And they would have the packs displayed in like a little case in the front. And yeah, I know you could get them at like Walmart and Target and whatnot, but that's where I used to save up my like allowance money to get packs from them. And then the other thing was we would go to a flea market. And at the flea market, there would be someone selling bootleg Pokemon cards. But we didn't know that. So we'd buy, like, these bootleg Pokemon cards that would give us all the strong Pokemon. And it'd be like, oh, look at, look at my rare fucking... Again, it was Gen 3, so it'd be Latios and Latios. This is probably also into Gen 4. So Darkrai, Dialga, Palkia. Look at all these strong Mon. Not that we knew how to play the trading card game, by the way. None of us had the Game Boy Pokemon trading card game, and none of us actually knew how to play it. We just kind of made up our own rules. And I remember my deck was all about, like, unknowns and just, like, stalling for time using, like, annoying-ass unknowns. Ah, that takes me back. Next up, they talked Pokemon Friendship. So this was the one new game announcement. Oh, hey, the Pokemon Company has heard that we want more spin-off games. Are they going to give us, a new Pokemon Pinball? My dream. Are they going to give us a new Mystery Dungeon? Are they going to do Pokemon Dash 2 or some other bullshit? A re-release of Pokemon Conquest that everybody wants? Nope. None of it. Instead, we get Pokemon Friendship. The way I've been describing Pokemon Friendship is there's a game that's on Switch, it's on, Steam and PlayStation and all those, but I played it on Switch. It was called, Yeah, You Want Those Games, right? So here you go, let's see you clear them. They made 2 of these. And they were games all about, have you ever seen like one of those like fake mobile game ads? Basically, someone made a collection of all those fake mobile games and was like, yeah, you think, you're so much better than the people who do awful at playing those stupid fucking mobile games that don't exist? Let's actually see you clear them. And this is basically just the Pokemon equivalent of that. It's one of these it's like a trashy mobile game, all based around puzzles. It kind of feels like they were taking some influence from like a Brain Age, or like the other comparison I've seen is like the New York Times crossword puzzles and like all like connections, Wordle, the mini crossword, what was the B one called? I don't remember. Basically, they're taking influence from that, where this is more a game that you're supposed to play every day to do your little like connections, do your little like crossword puzzle, and just slowly work on like building your brain. I get the appeal of that. I did Wordle for like a year or so. I did the Loodle for like 69 days because it was funny. Or did I do that for 100? I don't know. I was so fucking bad at it. It was a neat idea that I was awful at. I think I only ever actually got it like without like any hints like once or twice. I was so bad at that game. But so that's basically what this is. Now you play these stupid little mobile games, and then bring the minecart to the goal, connect the Pokemon, do stuff like that. And it gives you yarn that you can then use to make Pokemon plushes that you can display in your, like, virtual room. Now, I figured this was going to be like a microtransaction thing, where it's like every day you log into the game, you get like one free game, but then you could pay for like a season pass that allows you to play like more different games. As it turns out, well, yes, you can download it for free on the App Store. It's more of like a free to start game, and you actually have to pay like $10 for it. Now, if that was it, if this was just like a $10 little Pokemon puzzle game, I'd be like, okay, whatever. But to get all the content in this game, it's more, I think it's like $33. And that, I don't know if that $33 is on top of the $10 introductory price. It might be, so it might be in total like $40. I don't know. I can't pull up the eShop right now to check. But this is not like a freemium mobile game that you come back to, that, you have to like get your like energy meter up every day. No, this is like a paid for game, which, to be fair, that's what I want. I'm so sick of all these Pokemon mobile games. I want to see them make like an actual game that I pay money for and I get all of the content. In theory, I should like this. The problem is the game just looks so generic, so boring, so underdeveloped. Oh yeah, there we go. That I just don't give a shit. Like, it looks so fucking bare bones simple that I just can't be bothered to care. Like, if they were to do, like, real, like, Pokemon, like... And I think also, like, you know, stuff like Pokedoku is, like, way more interesting. Because at least those are, like, requiring you to think logically about the world of Pokemon. You know, like, the guess your game... Like, the guess the game thing as well. Which takes, you know, influence from Wordle. I'm okay at it. There's a lot of stuff I haven't played. But no, I think this is just... It's just dumb. It's, like, people say they want a new Pokemon puzzle game. I would agree. You know, I'd love a new, like, actual Pokemon puzzle game. But the Pokemon Company's only interested in mobile games. And while this is, you know, while you can pay for this one, it still feels like a mobile game. It's like when those mobile games just get ported over to, like, the eShop or Steam. Where they just, you know, made it controllable with a mouse and a keyboard or a controller. And called it a day, but it's still, you know, a mobile game. Can you get Raid Shadow Legends on Steam? I'm sure you probably could. It'd be like that, like playing Raid Shadow Legends on Steam. Like, the only thing it has going for it is that it has Pokemon in it. But I just think it's dumb, it's forgettable. It's like the toothbrush thing. Nobody's gonna remember this tomorrow. After that, they talked about Scarlet and Violet. So we're getting a bunch of Scarlet and Violet events. Let me load up Cerebi real quick. Because I want to go over all of these. So the first thing is the Terra Raid events. So the Treasures of Ruin, which are kind of like, you know how Pokemon has, like, groups of Pokemon, you know, the Reggies, the birds, the legendary birds, the legendary beasts. The Treasures of Ruin are Gen 9's version of that. And they are shiny locked in the game. You know, the only way to get them is from, like, you know, you can't get them normally, because they're shiny locked. So the Pokemon Company is doing an event where if, you know, they're 5-star raids... And if during the week you do these 5-star raids, and if 1 million people defeat the raid, they will give over these shiny Pokemon during this period. So from July 23rd to August 3rd, it's Wochin. So that's the grass one. That's like the one that looks like a snail. So that runs basically until next week. Then from August 4th through August 17th, it is Shinpao, who is like the tiger one with the sword teeth. Then from August 18th to August 31st, it is Tinglon, which is like the deer one with the bull on its head. And then finally, from September 1st to September 14th, it is Chi-Yu, which is the fire goldfish. The best one, by the way. It's so cute. And its shiny makes it blue. It's so good. But basically, you have, during those periods, you can participate in the events. At which, yeah, I'm hopefully going to do, you know... Because we still have until next week. So, hopefully next week, you know, we'll do it. Maybe. I might just, you know, go online anyways. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll play you play the events as long as you participate during the time period and help contribute to the defeating 1 million of them, you'll get the mystery gift. You know, they'll distribute the mystery gift some way or another. And the mystery gifts will be distributed August 8th, August 22nd, September 5th, and September 19th, respectively. For every 10,000 victories after that, a Terra Shard set of 40 shards will be distributed, up to 10 per event. Okay. So yeah, right now, the first event with Wo-Chin has already started. So if you want to, you know, go participate to help get these shiny Pokemon, which again, we've never had a chance to get before this, now is your time to go do that. I definitely will be participating. Hopefully my Iron Hands will be able to take care of all of this. I don't know. I've been able to use it for plenty of stuff, and it's always done a good job. But if I have to make something special, I will. So that's the Terra raids. That's the shiny raids. And then they're doing shiny outbreaks. So they're doing 4 shiny outbreaks. The first one, which has already started, is a grass event. So it runs from July 23rd to August 3rd. And it's in Paldea, you'll be able to get Capsakid. In Kitakami, you'll be able to get Petalilly. And in the Blueberry Academy, you'll be able to get Oddish. Of course, that last one is the one I care about. You know, I like Oddish. Vileplume might be my favorite Gen 1 Pokemon. Maybe. But yeah, I need all of those. In the week after that, from August 4th to August 17th, there's an Ice Pokemon outbreak, which is in Paldea, you'll be able to find Frigibax. In Kitakami, you'll be able to find Snorunt. And in the Blueberry Academy, you'll be able to find Cubchoo. I actually already have 2 Frigibaxes in 1 Snorunt, so I only need 1 Frigibax and I guess 2 Snowrunts. But, you know, we'll still probably get them all anyways, because why not? So, yeah. Then the week after that is a ground type event from August 18th to August 31st. Paldean Wooper is in Paldea. Kitakami is Mudspray. And the Blueberry Academy has Drillbur. I think I need all of those? I think so. That sounds right. I don't know. I might have a Mudspray. I kind of don't remember. I don't know. I'll look into it. And the final one from... Okay, this says from July 23rd to August. The dates are clearly wrong on this one. Or at least... Yeah, the dates are clearly wrong on this one. It's probably sometime in September. Sometime in September. There's a fire outbreak, which is Charcadet, who we actually got a few weeks ago on stream. So we don't need that. Vulpix and Numel. And we do need those last 2. We do need Vulpix and we do need Numel. So yeah, basically, you know, we got a lot of Pokemon in our future. And I'm happy for it, because can I be honest? I'm having fun hunting shinies. Will I ever have a full shiny dex? Probably not. Currently, we're up to like 16% of the decks, though. That's not terrible. I think it's over like 2. Do I have 200? Oh no, give me 1 second. Yeah, I have 200 shinies. Which is kind of crazy to think about, but yeah, totally true. I have more than 200, but yeah. So yeah, I'm working my way through getting, you know, having a complete dex. I never will, because there are some shinies that are just impossible to get. Mew. But Manaphy. Basically any mythical. But, you know, I'm having fun with it. It's something to do. I just, you know, and I hate... One of the nice things about some of these later generations is, while shiny hunting is easier in the newer generations, I think it's also more fun in the newer generations. Whereas in older generations, where you're just random encountering, you know, in the grass, in the eggs... It's just so fucking boring. And well, I know some people find it fun, and more power to them. I don't. Whereas, you know, running around the Paldea and running around Hisui and Legends Arceus, I find that fun. I think there's a lot of fun to be had there. But yeah, so those are the big 2 events coming and going on right now. Next up, they talk about Pokemon Champions. So this is... As I've been thinking of this, and, you know, I'm sure other people are thinking about it differently, this is basically the relaunch of Pokemon Stadium. Hey, they're bringing back Pokemon Stadium. Sure, it doesn't have any of the mini games that people love so much, but it's a primarily battling minigame. Because that one was what was cool about Pokemon Stadium was that you could take your Pokemon from, you know, the first generation into, and later on honestly, Battle Revolution's probably the better comparison. Bring them over to this game, and then get to see them fight on the big screen. And sure, for the past, you know, 8 years, we've been able to do that. We've been able to see our Pokemon on our TVs and all of its glory, even though it doesn't actually look that good. But this is going to be the battling game. Which, okay, I have my concerns about it being a mobile game. Because my biggest worry with Pokemon is always that the second you start charging money for Pokemon, that you say like, oh, this Pokemon has like a monetary value. I don't like that. Again, this is part of the reason why I'm so against microtransactions and loot boxes, is because I don't feel like digital code should have that physical value. That's why I fucking hate NFTs so much. NFTs should not have the physical value they currently do have. Or at least they used to. The NFT market has completely crashed by this point. But yeah, I don't like them giving money to, you know, give these Pokemon monetary values when they're all just bits of code. So that's my concern. I know they talk about how, hey, you can link Pokemon Champions to Pokemon Home, and you'll be able to, you know, battle in Pokemon Champions using the mons you've already created. So, you know, if I've got my Meowscarada, my Gojira, my other Pokemon I've created, my Wishy-Washy from back when I actually did competitive in Gen 7, if I took all those guys... Yeah, I used a Wishy-Washy back in Gen 7. It takes me back. Okay, regardless, you know, I'd be able to bring them into Pokemon Home, our Pokemon Champions. A big aspect of Pokemon Champions is that, hey, guess what? They're streamlining a lot of the competitive training. Because, like, if I want to make, like, let's say right now, today, I wanted to catch one of these Dedennes and make it competitive, I'd have to, you know... I could either breed it to make sure it has the right EVs, the right IVs, individual values, or I could give it a bottle cap to make sure it has the right IVs. I have to make sure it has the right nature, which can either be done through breeding or done through mints. I have to make sure it has the right ability. Then I'd have to EV train it, which some people say that, oh, EV training is so annoying, it takes so long. I literally just pulled, when I was doing competitive you know, training and whatnot, I'd literally just pull up like a cheat sheet that was like, hey, you know, you go to Route 1 and you fight fucking Wooloos. You go to Route 2 and you go fight Wooloos and that gives you defense IVs. You fight Zigzagoons and that gives you speed IVs. Give me like 10 seconds. I can probably find my cheat sheet. I still have it in my notes somewheres. For Gen 8. My Gen 8 cheat sheet. If you want HP IVs, you fight Squovitz on Gen 1. If you want attack IVs, you fight Stuffles on Route 5. If you want defense IVs, you fight Roly-Colies on Route 3. Special attack IVs, Snoms on Route 8. Special defense, Gossiflowers on Route 3. And for speed, Zigzagoon on Route 3. I thought Wooloo was one of them. I remember the Zigzagoon. I fought so many Zigzagoons back in the day. Yeah, you literally just... I think after a certain point, probably Gen 6, I probably actually started with Gen 5, but especially Gen 6, they made getting IVs so much easier. And that's on top of the hyper training stuff. And then, of course, you could also artificially just inflate them. But I think I think some people blow out how hard it is to EV train a Pokemon. You could probably fully EV train a Pokemon, you know, do all the stats, breed all the eggs, get all that done in like an hour. I've legitimately gone from a random Pokemon and a 6 IV Ditto, which, to be fair, you know, getting a 6 IV Ditto can be a pain in the ass. I'm really lucky I got one back in Gen 8, and I've just transferred it up game to game. But it's... Or, you know, yeah, 6 IV. There's also the 5... You have 2 5 IV Dittos, where they each cover each other's weaknesses, and those also work really well. I think training a competitive Pokemon is easy. Actually using it in battle, finding good teams, finding good synergies, that is so much harder. But, that's why places like Smogon exist, to, help you out with that shit. So yeah, no, I get them wanting to streamline it. There's some sort of currency in this game that, you have this currency in game and you can use it to, basically rent. I think it says, I'd say rent. It looks like you actually like buy the Pokemon, but you can use it to acquire new Pokemon if you don't want to import them from Scarlet and Violet. And then you can also use it to EV train, to IV train, to train natures, presumably change abilities. It gives you all that freedom. And I think that's a good thing. I like that the game is giving you that freedom. I don't like that it's theoretically locked behind a premium currency, because that's the big thing. It's like a V-Buck. Can you just like playing the game, Pokemon Champions, will you be able to acquire these V-Bucks? Or can you only get them by spending money? Or is it going to be one of those things where it's like, hey, for every 100 battles you do, you get like 1,000 V-Bucks, and the cheapest rental Pokemon that is good is going to cost like minimum of 4,000 battle points? Because that was Multiverse's problem. Multiverses also had a system where it's like, yeah, you could spend real money to get the characters, or you could just play the game and eventually you'll earn enough money. But to earn enough money, it took like 60 hours to just get one new character. So that was why Multiverses didn't have to be doomed, but that definitely killed that game. Making it into a live service game killed that fucking game. If they had just released a full game and then did some DLC, that game would have done better. Not that it had other problems than that, obviously. But that didn't help. But yeah, it's going to have Pokemon Champions, it's going to have ranked battles, it's going to have private battles, doing both singles and doubles, because I think the official Pokemon format is double battles, which is weird, because almost every battle in the mainline games is single player. Most Pokemon games have like 2 double battles max, until, of course, Blueberry Academy. The Indigo Disc was the first Pokemon game since Colosseum and XD to be like, yeah, every battle is going to be a double battle. I kind of feel like if double battles are going to be the main competitive battle, they should just be the default battle. In future Pokemon games, just give trainers 2 starters. Like, give them, they can pick a grass, fire, and a water starter, and then also just give them, like, a fighting, dark, or psychic starter. Or, some shit like that. Maybe it's, hey, they're single battles until the point in which you get a second Pokemon, in which case every battle becomes a double battle. There are ways to do it, but or maybe give the option, hey, do you want to play this game single battle or double battle? And like, as players, we know, hey, double battle's actually the harder difficulty. And like, people want a hard mode in Pokemon outside of, things like Nuzlocke in which players make themselves. I could totally see the Pokemon Company being like, yeah, we're adding a hard mode, and the biggest change is that every battle is double battles. Trainers are going to use EVs, IVs, they're going to have more competitive teams. Again, the Indigo Disc actually tried to be the difficult DLC by having some more difficult fights, by having trainers that use EVs, IVs, double battle strats. Like, there's a sign in the right direction for what people want. But, it's not everybody. Pokemon always has to be accessible to everybody. But I think there's a balance there. There's been a big thing going on in the internet this past week, to go off on another tangent, about someone made a video talking about how they hate turn-based games. They don't like turn-based games, it's just not their style. They were probably complaining about Expedition 33. And then, was it DQ Games? Someone replied to him and it's like, isn't it crazy how every time somebody says they hate turn-based RPGs, they always bring up the one exception of Pokemon? and that Pokemon is dog shit, and, you know, they hate Pokemon, or I don't even think they said they hate Pokemon. It's just, hey, you know, the game's too fucking easy. It's a baby game. Blah, the RPG mechanics are awful. I really feel like, listen, I get to hate it because it's popular. And don't get me wrong, Pokemon's definitely got problems. I'm not going to deny that. But I think the fact that it is simple, that, you know, anybody can understand Pokemon, is what makes it appealing. It's basically the video game equivalent of like a safe space, where it's like, hey, no matter, because Pokemon fans hate that Pokemon games never change. You know that no matter what Pokemon game you're playing, they're all gonna basically play the same. The region's gonna be different, the mons are gonna be different, maybe they'll experiment with some new mechanic, you know, there'll be a new gimmick. But Pokemon never changes. And some people like that. You know, I know some people will say it's just nostalgia. Or that, oh, we only like Pokemon because it's got the cute creatures. And sure, those two things definitely help. But those aren't the only two things. And to be fair, because of Pokemon Champions, I hope the Pokemon Company is like, hey, this is our competitive battling game. In the mainline series, let's be more experimental. I mean, we already see Legends ZA is experimenting with, like, combat positions and doing something, you know, like Xenoblade Chronicles. Because in Xenoblade, there are certain moves like backslash, where it's like, hey, if you're positioned behind the enemy when you use backslash, it does, like, double damage. And I think that's what Legends ZA is trying to do. That, like, if you use certain moves in certain locations, they'll, you know, do more damage, or, you know, they won't hit. You know, kind of like how D&D has, like, the different shapes, where it's like, oh, this move's, you know, a straight line, this move's a cone, this is a square. I think ZA is trying to do something like that. Listen, it's not everything everybody wants, but I give them credit for trying to do something new. And I really, like, I think an active time combat system. You know, if Pokemon did the Final Fantasy VII Remake combat, I think that would be really interesting. For Gen 10, if they experimented with that. But we'll just kind of have to wait and see. Because I know some people would kind of like... Okay, side tangent within a side tangent. I was thinking about it the other day. Gen 10 is their 30th anniversary. It's the 10th generation, 30th anniversary. I think the Pokemon Company is going to play it very safe. It's probably still going to be an open world game. I don't think they're going to go back to a 2D style. I don't think they're going to do a 3D 2D or anything like that. It'll probably look, you know, it better look better than this. It better run as, you know, as good, if not better than this. But I expect them to play it very safe. Because it's the 10th anniversary. I could see the big gimmick of Gen 10 being that, hey, guess what? For the first time since Gen 8, every Pokemon is in this game. That instead of doing, you know, the 400 decks plus an extra 200 for DLC, I could see them being like, no, we're going to put all 1,000 Pokemon into Gen 10. And that's what's going to make Gen 10 special. But then for Gen 11, which I know is like 6 years minimum away, I want Gen 11 to just reboot the franchise. I want them to you know, kind of like Gen 5. Gen 5 was a soft reboot of the franchise. They took all the quality of life changes made over the years, and we're like, yeah, all the original, what were we at? We were at like 500 Pokemon at that point. Yep, none of them are coming back. Gen 5 is a reboot of the franchise, 151 new Pokemon. I kind of want them to do that for Gen 11. I feel like Pokemon could really use a reboot. Sure, will people bitch and moan that their favorite, their Gengar, isn't coming back for, you know, again? Because that's what they did with Gen 5, is people saw Gen 5 was a reboot. Them trying to do Gen 1, but good. And when it released, people fucking hated it. You know, that's where the term Gen 1er comes from. Okay, that's probably not where it originates, but that's when I heard about it. was people who played Gen 5 and were like, oh, look at the stupid trash bag. Look at the ice cream cone. This is so dumb. Why is Pokemon doing this? Why can't I use my favorite Pikachu or Gengar or whatever their favorite Gen 1 Pokemon was? When the whole point, Gen 5 was supposed to be a reboot. It was a fresh start, a fresh new batch of Pokemon, taking everything that worked with Gen 1, but making it good. And nowadays, it's hailed as one of the best Pokemon games because it worked. The idea of taking Gen 1 and rebooting the franchise with Gen 5 worked. People love Gen 5 nowadays for that. But at the time, they were hated it, and since then, the Pokemon cover, it's kind of like, how in the MCU, after they fired Jonathan Majors, the MCU has just kind of been spiraling. Sure, they've put out some decent movies, but the story just kind of feels like a mess because, they're trying to recover from that and people not liking Ant-Man. Pokemon kind of has the same problem where people were so mad at them for what they did with, Gen 5, that they've been pushing Gen 1 very hard. That's part of the reason why Gen 1 gets so many variant forms, so many Mega Evolutions, so many new evolutions, so many convergent forms and regional forms. It's because, they want that Gen 1er to come back, to be like, hey, Gen 1er, come back! We got Mega Dragonite now! Like, I think that's the idea, and it really sucks, because there are a lot of, every generation is somebody's first Pokemon game. So there are people who grew up with, like, Gen 2, who have desperately wanted, that same love, that sort of attention to detail, and have never gotten it, because the Pokemon Company just keeps going back to Gen 1. Like, I understand Gen 7. It was the 20th anniversary, they were making a big deal out of it, they were intentionally paying homage to Gen 1. If Gen 5 is a soft reboot, Gen 7 is a love letter. But then Gen 8 should have been a love letter to Gen 2. And it just wasn't. Leon's partner Pokemon should have been a Typhlosion instead of a Charizard. They should have given all the Gen 2 starters Gigantamax forms. They should have leaned heavily into paying love to Gen 2. And instead they just did Gen 1 again. And it fucking breaks my heart. And I expect Gen 10 to be the same thing. Like, honestly, if Gen 10 is just, hey guys, guess what? We're going back to Kanto, but it's open world now, and it's been 30 years since the events of the original Pokemon game, I wouldn't be surprised. Or, they might call it, if we get that game for, the anniversary, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, tangent within a tangent over. Let's talk about Legend ZA, because, again, we've been going for like an hour now, just talking about Pokemon. So we got some new details on Legend ZA. I'll be honest, we didn't need to know any of this. Like, outside of the Mega Dragonite thing, I would have been fine if, we didn't get a new trailer for this, and this was all just kept a secret. I would definitely say, like, yeah, if you already know you're gonna buy ZA, there's no reason to watch this. But yeah, we're going to go over everything anyways. So we find out that your player character and your rival, who is named Urbane or Tawny? It's something like, urban, town. That's clearly what the names are based on. They're dumb names. But basically, you're going to be working for this place called Team MZ. What does MZ stand for? It definitely stands for something. Why is it? If it was Team AZ, I would get it. Because, you're working for AZ. You're literally in his hotel. But it's MZ? It definitely has some meaning, I just don't know what it is. And the other people in Team MZ is Naveen. They are a fashion designer. And then there's Lita, who is a dancer. Which, I swear, weren't the other... Because in Gen 6 was the not the first game to have multiple rivals, but you had like an entire ensemble of characters. And wasn't one of those characters a dancer? And wasn't another one of those characters a fashion designer? Or maybe they were like a contest person. I want to say it was Trevor and Shauna were their names. Like, haven't we kind of already done this? Maybe a little bit? I don't know. It's fine. I think they're both good designs. Somebody was talking about how the Pokemon Company, you know, back in the 90s, people criticized Pokemon for Jinx and how poorly they designed a black-coded character. And since then, like, the Pokemon Company took that lesson to heart, and they're like, make some of the best, like, black characters. Like, they don't just give people the fucking Killmonger haircut. They actually, like, give a shit and have, like, varieties of haircuts and varieties of skin tones. Even if I still think it's weird that, Iris isn't black. Because I don't know why, but as a kid, I always thought Iris was black. And it was so weird finding out that, no, I think she's supposed to be white. At most, she's got to be like Middle Eastern or Egyptian or something, but I think she might be white. Oh, and okay, don't get me started on I think his name's Marlin, who, you know, he's so tanned, he looks darker skinned, but no, he's just a white guy with a tan. Fuck that one. But okay, regardless, I'm in no authority to judge on this. The next up, we found out about the Rust Syndicate. So this is one of the factions in ZA. They're part of the ZA League, so you'll be fighting against them. They use poison and steel types. I've seen a lot of speculation that we might be getting a Mega Arbok because of this. Because in the one clip we see, the guy uses an Arbok, the leader whose name is Corbet? I think it's Corbo. And yeah, they seem like just an evil organization, you know. There are Team Plasma, our Team Galactic, Team Skull. It's just how the Pokemon Company... Sure, not every Pokemon game has had a twist villain, but they've done it a few times now. And I would not at all be surprised if, no, these guys are actually perfectly fine, and it's the Galaxy Company that you have to be worried about, or whatever. There's like a corporation in the game. I suspect they're the twist villains, and... Because that was the weird thing about Gen 7, is like, they made the Aether Foundation the twist villains, but Team Skull were still the bad guys. And I guess that's... Team Yell in Gen 8, Macrocosmos, who, yes, I do remember their name, are the villains. And, you know, that you think they're the good guys, but they're the bad guys. Meanwhile, Team Yell is actually the good guys. Like, yeah, sure, they're rowdy sports fans, but they're not actually bad people. And they give a shit a lot about Silly Cobra and it, you know, sleeping or whatever the fuck they were complaining about. Sword and Shield's a fucking mess. Oh my gosh. Next up, they talked about character customization. One of the things I hate about Scarlet and Violet is how bad the character customization is. Sure, Pokemon games didn't really have customization until Gen 6, but... And yeah, they've had problems. Specifically in the fact that, like, for every one outfit the male character gets, the female gets, like, 5. It's always been like, you know, oh, well, you know, women are probably going to use character customization more, so let's give them more stuff. And yeah, Scarlet and... Like, Sword and Shield actually has, like, a lot of customization. It's actually, you know, when we played through our run as the Joker baby... I was actually able to, like, dress up as the Joker, you know, get a purple tux, dye my hair green. I was able to go all in on it, kind of. And then in Scarlet and Violet, do you want to wear school uniform 1, school uniform 2, kimono, or school uniform from different school? Which currently we're rocking school uniform from different school, type, like, C. No, character customization in Scarlet and Violet is fucking awful. And I'm so glad, you know, we're in Paris, They're leaning more heavily into it. You see a lot of variety. You know, you can change hair, change your looks, change your outfits. It all looks great. I'm glad they're bringing back all this character customization. That's very, you know, it's something that I wouldn't think I cared about until they got rid of it in Gen 9, more or less. And then I was like, oh wait, I actually did have a lot of fun customizing my characters in 6, 7, and 8. So yeah, I'm glad it's back. The Furfrou customization's also coming back, they confirmed. Because, again, Furfrou has not been in a game since, what, Gen 7, Gen 6? It's been a while. It's one of like 3 Pokemon to not return. I actually think it's closer to 9. Because I don't think the elemental monkeys are in this game either. There's not that many. There are only like a few Pokemon that haven't returned. But yeah, so Furfrou customization's back. And then also, of course, there's a photo mode. Of course there's going to be a photo mode. You got to play with it. Some other characters. Emma is back. Emma was Looker's sidekick in Gen 6. I'm sure she did other shit. At least I think she was Looker's sidekick. I don't really remember the storyline of Gen 6 that well. But I know Emma was like worked with Looker and like had something to do with his story. A character we haven't seen since Gen 7, and I don't know why. Like, Looker was in every game from, like, Platinum onwards. And yet they're not in Sword and Shield, they're not in Scarlet and Violet, and I don't know why not. I like Looker. It was cool, you know, it was cool seeing him show up with Amnesia in the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, and then you team up with him and Anna to fight the Ultra Beasts in Sun and Moon. Like, yeah, I like shit like that. But yeah, she's back. They confirm that, you know, she's a detective working in the city, and you'll be helping her with side quests. That basically, it looks like they're bringing back the side quest system from Legends ZA, where NPCs will give you side quests. There's probably going to be like a bulletin board as well. And you just do side quests throughout the game. You know, I think that's good. I do, because I like the Legends ZA system well enough. They also confirmed that Alpha Pokemon are coming back. So in Legends ZA, or in Legends Arceus, there was a whole thing with these Alpha Pokemon, which were bigger and stronger. And yeah, they're back in this game. Makes sense. We have Mabel, who is the head of the Pokemon Research Lab. They're presumably the ones that give you the Pokedex and are helping you out. You know, we see you get like TM rewards for completing parts of the Pokedex. Surprisingly, Sycamore is not there. I'm sure Sycamore will show up in some form or another. But now, Mabel was actually in Scarlet and Violet. She was a member of Team Flare. Which I know Team Flare is entirely forgettable. Like, who the fuck remembers Team Flare? They're one of the worst Pokemon villains. Like, literally the only thing memorable about them is Lysander, their leader. Other than that, nobody gives a shit about the Team Flare admins. Like, I remember all the Gen 4 admins because they were all named after planets. You know, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Professor Pluto. I could not, for the life of me, tell you any of the Gen's 6 admins. They're so forgettable. Like, I know they each have, like, their own color. And Mabel's the blue one. I know there's a green one. I think there's a yellow one. There's, like, a fat guy who's, like, balding. But, who fucking cares? But, hey, it's cool to see another character come back. And, you know, Pokemon Company's good at stuff like that. Another thing that's going to be going on in the city is rogue mega evolutions. So these are kind of, you know how like in this game there's like the raid dens. These rogue mega evolutions seem to be like this game's equivalent of the raid dens, where you go in and you fight against these rogue mega evolutions. You know, you'll be able to mega evolve your own Pokemon to help fight against it. You know, it's kind of like a boss battle. You can team up with other, because this game, as far as I know, doesn't have like multiplayer. Kind of like Legends Arceus didn't have multiplayer either, where you could like trade with friends. So I'm assuming this game doesn't either. And so, but you'll be able to team up with the members of Team MZ. Hopefully they'll be better coded than the NPCs in Scarlet and Violet. Because if you've ever tried to do some offline battles, especially at the 5 and 6 star level, they really fucking suck. They're better than Sword and Shield. The NPCs in Sword and Shield are awful. Literally, they're unusable in like 5-star raids. They're okay in this one in 5-star raids, and I've won some 5 and 6-star raids with the NPCs, but it's a pain in the ass. You got to do all the heavy lifting. Whereas in Sword and Shield, it was literally impossible to beat 5-star raids with NPCs. But yeah, no. And then, of course, we got our new Mega Evolution, Mega Dragonite. So I've seen a lot of people crash out over this. I think it's okay. So, specifically, Mega Tyranitar. Mega Tyranitar did an interesting thing, where for its Mega Evolution, it actually looked back at its pre-evolutions, Pupitar and Larvitar, and we're like, hey, what if we take some influence from them? So, you know, Mega Tyranitar has, like, Pupitar's face on its chest. It's got some of the spikes from Larvitar. I know it's got this whole thing where it's, like, shell exploded or whatever. Let's not worry about that. But, you know, it's basically, imagine if you took Larvitar, Pupitar, and Tyranitar, infuse them into one Pokemon. That's Mega Tyranitar. And so for Mega Dragonite, they're taking the same design philosophy. What if we merge Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite into a single Pokemon? So, you know, you've got the body of a Dragonite, you've got Dragonair's longer tail with, like, the beads at the end, and then you also have Dragonair's, like, wings. So it's got the big wings, because here's the thing, if you don't watch the anime, Dragonair has, like, in the games, it has, like, these little wings on the side of its head, but in the anime, you see that those wings actually, like, spread out. And they're a lot bigger than you think they are. And yeah, they're taking influence from that. They're giving Dragonite Dragonair's wings. I actually don't hate this design. Admittedly, I'm not a huge fan of Dragonite, and so by extension, I'm not a huge fan of this one. But at least from a design philosophy perspective, I get what they were going for. I see their influences. I don't think it's a terrible idea. Again, admittedly, I don't like Mega Tyranitar as much as I do normal Tyranitar. You know, I have a Tyranitar on my team. I would not make it a Mega if given the chance. I like normal Tyranitar more than I do Mega Tyranitar. And I feel like that's most pseudo-legendaries. I don't like Mega Garchomp. I don't like Mega Salamence. Mega Aggron's okay. I know it's not a pseudo-legendary, but you get my point. The only Mega Pseudo I like is Metagross. And that's because, you know, Metagross's whole thing is, hey, what if we combine two Beldums? That's Metang. What if we combine two Metangs? That's Metagross. What if we combine two Metagrosses? That's Mega Metagross. Simple design philosophy, works really well there. But no, so I get the idea what they were going for with Mega Dragonite. The one change I would have made, because even like it having like the tiny wings on its back, I have no problem with that. The one change I would have made it blue. I know Dragonite's shiny is green. I really hope shiny Mega Dragonite is blue, like Dragonair. That's the one change I would have made. That just ties it more in with its pre-evolutions. Maybe use Dratini. I know Dragonair and Dratini have like the same colors, but you know, use Dratini's color, make it that shade of blue. That would have been the one change I really needed. But other than that, I get what they're going for. I don't think it's terrible. I think like the idea that I've heard for like Mega Starmie is way worse. Like, because again, all these Mega Evolutions have kind of leaked. And the one I read about Mega Starmie, I admittedly can only remember that one. I'm sure there's other ones I've seen. I don't think we're getting a Mega Flygon. Was it like Mega Victory Bell or something? I don't remember. The idea that I saw for Mega Starmie, Starmine, was awful. Awful idea. I hope that one's not true, but it probably is. And yeah, of course, you know, that's basically everything that was shown off. Hey, we find out the game, we already knew the game comes out October 16th, but yeah, it's coming out. They're going to be, if you know, like every other Pokemon game, as long as you purchase it at launch, you know, for the first few months, they're giving away a Roltz with Mega Gardevoirite. I don't know if that means that you're not going to be able to get Mega Gardevoir right in the normal game, because they sometimes do that, like Lycanroc. The midday Lycanroc was you were only able to get it with the pre-order event for Ultra Sun and Moon, and if you didn't do the pre-order event, you weren't getting midday Lycanroc, which was kind of sucked. I hate when they do shit like that. And the Pokemon Company has gotten better at it over the years, so I'm assuming there's going to be a way to get Mega Gardevoir right just in the game normally, but I guess we'll have to see. And then the other pre-order bonus is just 100 Pokeballs. Who gives a shit? Now, I know the Pokemon Company, the official, if you pre-order it from the Pokemon Company's website, it actually comes with a plushie. They're giving you randomly either Chikorita, Totodile, or Tepig. I actually don't think a terrible idea. But, I'm not pre-ordering the game. Who gives a shit? I'll pick it up the day it comes out like I always do. Hey, there's our Pachirisu. I like Pachirisu. You know, I did not like Pikachu clones for the longest time. Plusle and Minun, Pachirisu, especially fucking Dedenne. I don't like Dedenne. But then we had Morpeko, which we're gonna go get next. And I actually think Morpeko is cute. And of course we also had Mimikyu, I do not consider Mimikyu a Pikachu clone, even though its whole gimmick is being a Pikachu clone. It's not a Pikachu clone. I don't like Emolga either. But ever since Morpeko, I've kind of been warming up to Pikachu clones, specifically Pachirisu. I used the Pachirisu in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl because, Pachirisu is a world champion. They were on a world champion team, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll use it. And surprisingly, it wasn't the worst member of my team. Sure, did it suffer the same weakness as all my other team members, it being weak to Earthquake? Oh, gods, yes. But it actually did perfectly fine. Same thing with Lopunny. I used the Lopunny as well, just for the fuck of it. And not to fuck it, I want to be clear there. And it actually worked. It was like the second strongest member of the team, specifically because it was one of the two Pokemon that wasn't weak to Earthquake. And when everything in the Elite Four was using Earthquake, that was very nice to have, and Lopunny was actually very useful. Meanwhile, fucking Skuntank, Bronzong, and whatever the other team member were all just getting one shot. It wasn't pretty. So okay, that was the end of the Pokemon Direct. I know we literally just talked about it for like an hour, 10 minutes. It was not actually a good Pokemon showcase. Again, it's like a 4 out of 10. This could have been an email. I know every Pokemon Presents could have been an email. We should expect nothing and in return get nothing. But yeah, it was not good. However, like 2 days later, yesterday on Thursday, for some reason in the Pokemon Presents, Pocket TCG didn't show up. You know, the trading card game mobile version. And yet 2 days later, they announced the next update for Pocket TCG. Why wasn't this in the Direct? The next update for Pocket TCG is called Wisdom of the Skies and Seas. It's specifically a Ho-Oh and Lugia deck. Comes out July 31st, so it literally comes out in like 6 days. Why wasn't this in the Pokemon Presents? Did they really, were they on such a time crunch that they couldn't, get this trailer done like 2 days early? What the fuck? I have no idea why this wasn't there. It's so weird. It's so random. But yeah, I logged on to Cerebi yesterday to get the show notes for the show today and saw the trailer. And I don't get it. I don't get it, but hey, that's what the Pokemon Company did. Again, I was surprised it wasn't there because it's the one game I give a shit about. Speaking of which, real quick, last side tangent before we move on to the next thing. The current set of Pocket TCG is Eevee. It's all about the Eevee evolutions. And for the second time, I've completed the set. I think last week when we talked, I was missing Flareon, Primarina, and Zarina. In the past week, I was able to Wonder Pick Flareon. I got a Primarina in a pack, and I was able to Wonder Pick a Zarina. So yeah, I've completed the Evolution set. Back to working on Shining Revelry to get that Pikachu I'm missing. I also did not get the animation card. I don't remember what they're officially called. I didn't get that card, so that's the second set in a row that I've missed out on the special card. But I'm not too upset about it, really. And hey, now we have a new set that I'm definitely not going to complete, because again, outside of these single set packs, I've never completed one of these sets. And that sucks. But hey, it was cool to get this one done. I was gonna open Pocket TCG real quick just to double check. Well, we're finishing out these Pachirisus. Yeah, Eevee Grove. I'm only missing... I didn't get the special event card, but it's whatever. Let's just do the one next to the starting area. I can't believe we spent an hour and a half just talking about a Pokemon showcase. That was like 20 minutes. Okay, currently in the Wonder Pick for Pokemon. Nothing I need. I don't need that Carnival. No. Oh, I do need that Heatran from Triumphant Light. I do need that. Yeah, fuck it, let's... I know you can't see what's going on, but... Yeah, fuck it, let's try to pick a Heatran. I've got the hearts. Okay, it's in the top left slot. It's in the top... I'm gonna go top middle. Oh, it was bottom left. Ah, fuck. I just got a Haunter. Okay, whatever. Let's move on now. So, our next thing is the Lego Game Boy. So, back in, like, January, when we were all waiting for the Switch 2 to be revealed, one random day, it's 8 o'clock, we're all on Twitter, just waiting for the Pokemon to be waiting for the Switch 2 to be revealed. And instead, Nintendo announced they're doing their next collaboration with Lego, specifically a Lego Game Boy. We didn't see any outside of oh, hey, here's what the buttons are going to look like. Here's the D-pad piece. We really didn't get anything other than that. It was just a quick little thing that, hey, it's coming in October. Why they announced this so early, and at the time we were all waiting for the Switch 2, I have no idea. I have no idea what was going on behind the scenes, why this was announced so early. But finally this week, because it's Comic-Con this week, and Lego's showing off some new stuff, they have the Lego Game Boy. So they officially revealed it. I meant to pull up the specs earlier. It is, I know it's $59.99. So it's basically, the price of a full game to get this Lego Game Boy. I want to say it's like 400 something pieces. It's something like that. Yeah, I think it's... I'm just booted up Lego.com. Game Boy. Yeah, it's $59.99. It is 421 pieces. And it comes out October 1st. You know, we already knew that. And so basically, it looks like a Game Boy. Picture a Game Boy, picture it being made out of Lego, you're basically gonna nail it. But of course, there was the question of like, hey, are they gonna do like a game? Like, is there gonna be, you know, how are they gonna do the screen? How are they gonna do like a game? Because there already is a Lego NES. So the Lego NES, released years ago, but it actually got discontinued last year. They finally took, you know, it had been on the market long enough, they took it off the market. And right before it went off the market, it went on, you know, I found it on sale for a little bit, because it was like $200. And it was a little bit on sale, and I was like, you know what, fuck it. I love the set design. I think it's really cool. I was going to pick up the Lego NES. I actually have it displayed over on my bookshelf. And with the Lego NES, it's an NES, it's a controller, it's got a cartridge that you can literally put in the system, and then they went above and beyond, and they have a whole TV that has a little crank wheel, and as you spin it, it's got a little Mario that goes through like a mini course. It's super basic, super simple, but it's maybe my favorite Lego set. It's like top 3 at least. The little TV is so cool, you know, classic CRT TV. I love it. It's such a good set. It's designed so well. And of course, with the Lego Game Boy, the question was, well, what are they going to do with that? I know some people thought, oh, Pokemon. But while Pokemon is officially doing a Lego collaboration next year, that I won't be getting because they're just going to do fucking Pikachu. It's Pikachu. I knew it wasn't going to be Pokemon. My hope was Link's Awakening. And yeah, we got Link's Awakening, and we got Super Mario Land. So my hope was that, hey, you know, you build the Lego Game Boy, and then you build little Lego cartridges, and the cartridges on one side, it's like the image, you know, like an actual Game Boy cartridge. But on the other side, it's got a little like Lego pixel art recreation of the game. Like, I thought that would be cool. Like, imagine if they like recreated the game using like Lego pixel art. Sure, that would probably bump up the piece count by like 100 or 2. But I thought that would have been really cool. Instead, what they're doing is that, yes, you can build the game. So you can build a copy of Super Mario Land, you can build a copy of Link's Awakening, and insert it into the system. But that doesn't actually like change what's on the screen. Instead, it comes with 3 acrylic screens? Is that the word I'm looking for? Lenticulating screens? Basically, you know those things, like, have you ever seen like a screen where like when you tilt it left, like the image looks to the left, you tilt it right, it looks to the right. They're kind of like scratchy. I don't remember what the official name is. Let me see if it actually says on the Lego website. I still have that pulled up. Let me see. Nintendo-themed Game Boy. Relive your thrills with the first played the Game Boy, with this Lego model kit for Nintendo and video game lovers. Customizable brick-built Game Boy replica builds a near 1-to-1 scale replica of the original Game Boy system. And display your creations, an doable thing, authentic details, a game slot, you know, select a brick-built game. Yeah, a lenticular screen, so that was the right word. But basically, it comes with 3 lenticular screens. There's a boot-up screen, which is just the Nintendo logo. There's a Super Mario Land screen, which is him, like, jumping up and hitting a star box. And then there's a Link's Awakening screen of Link and Marin sitting on the beach. So it is not Lego pieces. Like, it's not like, my idea was, like, recreating scenes out of Lego blocks in, like, a pixel art style. No, these are just, like, printed, like, pieces of, you know, probably cardstock. But I still think it's neat. I like that they got the games in there. Admittedly, I'm gonna be curious to see if someone can fit a Game Boy inside of the Lego Game Boy. Like, you know, if somebody can, like, fit, like, a Raspberry Pi and a little LCD screen inside of this thing, I think it might be possible. It's not for me to do. God, I couldn't do that. But I'm sure somebody could. Like, I know somebody fit, like, a Raspberry Pi with NES inside the TV from the Lego NES. I know that happened. But I think it's neat. It also comes with 2 display stands, so you can display your Game Boy, display your cartridges, and I think it looks great. I genuinely think this Lego Game Boy looks great. I love the design. And then on top of that, when they revealed it, when they re-revealed it, they released a trailer for it. So remember a few weeks ago when the Switch 2, they released a trailer for the Switch 2 that had Paul Rudd in it. And it was a recreation of a 1990s Super Nintendo trailer that also had Paul Rudd in it. They did the same thing here. They took one of the original Game Boy ads, where it was like this kid versing off against a robot in like Tetris on the Game Boy, and they recreated that in Lego, where you have a kid build a Lego Game Boy, and it's a Lego robot. And I love details like that. Because Nintendo knows that, well, I think somewhere's on this, and maybe even in the trailer, yeah, the tagline is literally, it may be called a Game Boy, but adults are welcome. Because Nintendo knows that adults are going to care way more about this than kids. Adults have the nostalgia, whereas kids, you know, maybe they've seen it on the Nintendo Classics collections. I think the set looks great. I'll tell you, I've already pre-ordered it. You know, $60. I know that's a little pricey, but you're also paying the Nintendo tax. And yeah, no, I'm already super interested in this. I do still have my original Game Boy. Technically, it was my parents', but, you know, I have it nowadays. So, you know, maybe when it comes out, I'll post a picture of my original Game Boy, which, God, I hope I have my copy of Super Mario Land. I have no idea. I know I have my copy of Tetris. I know I still have that. But I don't know if I have my copy of Super Mario Land. Some of my games just over the years have gone missing. Super Mario Land, my first ever game, Pokemon Crystal, it's probably in my parents' house somewheres, unless it got, like, thrown away. I know it went through the washer at least, like, twice. Yeah. But no, I think this is a cool Lego set. I'm kind of surprised Tetris isn't in it. I'm sure, you know, the licensing and whatnot. I know they're trying to make a Lego Tetris, but that's a whole other thing. The other one I'm surprised isn't here is Metroid 2. Because that's the other Game Boy game I think a lot of... Because I'll be honest, as a kid, I didn't have Link's Awakening. I had Super Mario Land and Metroid 2. I didn't have Link's Awakening. I definitely did have Tetris, though. Yeah, some good nostalgia. You know, the Nintendo Lego sets are pricey, but I just think they're really cool. I really like I scrolled to the bottom of the page, and it shows the Mario Kart set, the Super Mario World set, the Zelda set, and they all look so good. The Nintendo sets are so cool. Admittedly, I can't tell if the Lego Game Boy uses... Because there's a whole thing between stickers versus, like, printed pieces that have, like, the logo already applied. And I admittedly can't tell if these use stickers or printed pieces. It looks like it's probably a combination... Because I think the NES only had, like, 3 stickers. Like, most of the pieces on the NES were, like, printed. You didn't have that many stickers. So I wouldn't be surprised if this Game Boy, the only stickers are, like, the cartridges. And I would not be surprised if everything else is, printed. Because, yeah, all the buttons on the NES were all printed. And that's one of the things, like, sure, the Nintendo sets are more expensive, but they do stuff like that. They don't do stickers for that reason. Or at least not that many. So yeah, I think it's a cool set. I do really like it. Yeah, look at it. Oh, that looks so cool. Okay, admittedly, looking at Is that dot matrix? The Game Boy logo looks to be a print, but the dot matrix kind of looks like a sticker. But it... Ooh, I can't tell. Because that does go on multiple... No, I don't think it is. The fact that there's a cut there means it probably isn't. Interesting. The power button looks like it might be... I don't know. I can't tell either way. I think it's a cool set. Okay, with that, I said let's do some Nintendo Direct predictions. So Nate the Hate, you know, one of the prominent leakers of the Switch 2 era, has been saying heavily, hey, there's going to be a Nintendo Direct this month. And it kept not happening. Eventually it came out and said, oh, it's going to be after Donkey Kong. And we're in the week after Donkey Kong, so there was a lot of hope that it was going to be this week. It didn't happen. So Nate the Hate came out, and you'd expect him to, like, back away and be like, nah, I've heard from my sources, it's not going to happen. You know, because no leaker is 100% accurate. But no, he's actually doubled down and been like, yeah, it's going to happen before the end of the month. So Nate the Hate has doubled down on that, which doesn't surprise me. And yeah, because I want a Nintendo. Usually there is a Nintendo Direct. Usually it's in February, June, in September. That's how Nintendo has done it almost every year for, like, God, like, probably, like, basically the entire Switch's lifespan. They have done one in basically all 3 of those months. Sometimes there's, like, an April Direct. Sometimes they skip, like, February or June. But for the most part, there's been a Direct every month. And a lot of people thought, oh, well, we're not, you know, we had that April Direct, so we're not going to get anything until, you know, September. They're going to skip the June Direct, which they did. I know some people were like, hey, maybe it's going to be like an indie Direct. Like, I want to say, I saw Arlo post that. Like, hey, what if they do, like, a Partner Presents or an indie Direct? And I think that's still possible. But the big thing for me is that there's a few games with release dates that say they're going to come out this year that I don't think are going to come out this year, or that, you know, we need release dates. There's one specifically that I don't think that's going to get delayed, but there are other things where it's like, no, we still need a release date for this, and we're kind of running out of time. So the first big thing is Metroid Prime 4. You know, Nintendo keeps saying Metroid Prime 4 is coming out this year. I see no reason it wouldn't. Currently, there is an open date in November. Nothing for Nintendo is coming out in November. So I think it makes perfect sense for it to come out in November. Admittedly, there's also an open date in September, but I don't think it's going to happen in September. It's kind of weird that we don't know about anything in September. Like, the fact that that's open as well is actually really strange. Not that Nintendo needs a game every month, but you would think, you know, it's the launch year of the Switch. Maybe it would be like, you know, like another, like, upgrade, an update pass or whatever. But no, currently there's nothing in September. I don't think that it's going to stay that way. But yeah, currently there's nothing. But my guess is November. You know, Donkey Kong Bonanza is the big game this year. And if I guess, you know, if you had just showed me the first trailer for Donkey Kong Bonanza, I would say that's the November game. But clearly, because Nintendo, you know, wants to get some of their system sellers out ASAP, that's why they released it now. Because for as much as Mario Kart will sell systems, Donkey Kong will sell a lot more. Because we're going to talk about Bonanza here in a little bit, because I have beaten it. Both spoilers and not spoilers, but yeah, that's the system seller. That's your Mario Odyssey. That's your Breath of the Wild. Whereas, you know, Mario Kart is good, but it's a little bit more niche, whereas, you know, the Donkey Kong is critical acclaim. So I'm going to guess Metroid's in November. And then from there, usually Nintendo does a game like the first week of December. Smash Bros. Advanced Wars, I think, was a first week of December game. Xenoblade 2 was a first week of December game. Actually, I think Advanced Wars... No, maybe it wasn't. There was definitely something that was a first week of December game. I don't know. I don't know. I know Xenoblade 2 and Smash Bros. Were for sure December games. And I think it would make a lot of sense. We know Age of Imprisonment's coming out this year. I think that would be a good December game. You know, it's right before Christmas. It's a big Zelda title. Give people Age of Imprisonment. I think that makes sense as your Zelda game. Now that leaves one other game. Kirby Air Riders. I know Sakurai has said, you know, in his most recent statement, he said it's still coming out this year. I don't know where it fits on the schedule. Unless, you know, maybe Metroid's our December game and they're aiming for Kirby as the November game. That, hey, they have, you know, it is Sakurai. Smash Bros. Is huge. Maybe they're trying to bank off the name and they're going to be, you know, here's our big game. I think it's possible. I could see it also taking the December slot and Age of Imprisonment gets delayed. But if I had to bet between the two, I would say Kirby's getting delayed. As a betting man, I would guess Kirby's getting delayed into sometime next year. I could see it being as early as like January or February. But I could also realistically see it come out like May or, you know, basically a year out from Mario Kart to put more emphasis on Mario Kart. I think it's going to be something for sure. Because, like, we have a Mario Kart, Sonic Racing comes out in September, and having a Kirby Racer game on top of that. It's a lot of racing games. There's a lot of, you know, it's competing with yourself at that point, and I don't think Nintendo wants that. So if I had to bet, I'd say Kirby Air Riders gets delayed. And I don't think that's a problem, you know. Oh, wow, you know, I think the Switch 2, you know, having a... Okay. Side tangent. Why do people act like launch windows don't exist for the Switch 2? If you don't know, a game has a launch day and then a launch window. The launch day is the games that release day one on the console. Mario Kart World for the Switch 2. Demon Souls for the PS5. Halo Infinite for the Xbox Series X. Those are all launch day games. Games that come out day one. People right now are acting as if launch day is the only thing that matters for the Switch 2. When that's not how this works. Historically, that is not how this ever worked. Gaming systems don't just care about the launch day. What matters is the launch window. The launch window is usually 6 months to a year after a console releases. And those are the games that come out in the first few months that try to convince as many people to pick up the console as early as possible. So for the Switch 2, you know, Mario Kart is our launch day game, but it also has Donkey Kong Bonanza, Drag X Drive, Metroid Prime, Pokémon, Kirby Air Riders. These all fall into the launch window. Because usually launch day games are exclusive. It's the game that is exclusive to this new console, whereas launch window is a little bit more flexible. It can be new games, sure, but it can also be stuff that's on, you know, both the PS4 and the PS5, the Switch and the Switch 2. But, you know, the newer version runs better on the newer hardware. I feel like, yeah, people are just acting as if the Switch 2 only had its launch day with Mario Kart to sell people the system, and if it didn't sell you on that first day, it never will. Which, no, it's got an entire launch window. How long is the Switch's launch window going to be? No idea. It could be done as soon as, you know, Kirby Air Riders or Metroid comes out. It could go on long, you know, it could go all the way until June of next year. We don't know. The original Switch went from Breath of the Wild, its first launch day game, to Mario Odyssey. I consider Mario Odyssey the end of the launch window. I could see the argument for Xenoblade, to be fair, which that adds, what, like an extra, like, 2 months? That's, what, the first week of December? But I would say the Switch is Breath of the Wild to Odyssey. You know, the games that come out before the holiday season to convince you, hey, you need to pick up this system. And I think the Switch 2 is doing a great job. I mean, Mario Kart and Bananza are both great games, but it's also got all this other shit that's coming. That, you know, you gotta think of a console as an investment. Sure, you're getting the stuff you want to play today, but you're also investing in the future. That's why I think we need a Nintendo Direct, because I want to know more about what's coming in my future. What else have I invested in by buying a Switch 2? Outside of, you know, this first year, and then of course Tomodachi and Rhythm Heaven. You know, if they're going to tease a new Animal Crossing for next year, this would be the time to do it. Is it maybe a little bit too soon for a new Animal Crossing? Potentially, but I could see them doing it anyways. So that aside, I think, you know, all three of the games I just mentioned are definitely launch window games. Probably. Other things, so according to Nate the Haid and according to VGC and a few other places, the Nintendo Direct is happening, and it will be heavily focused on third-party games. So what do I expect from those? Specifically, I think Red Dead Redemption 2. There's been rumors for a while now that Red Dead Redemption 2 was coming to Switch, so I think it would make sense if we got Red Dead Redemption 2. I think that would make sense. I think it's a very logical game. Same thing if GTA 5 came to Switch. I don't think we're getting GTA 6. I don't. Because I don't think the Switch can run it that well. I mean, it might be okay, but I definitely think we're getting GTA 5 is one of those games that 100% could run on the OG Switch, and I'm kind of surprised it never happened. It's just kind of weird. I fully expect all, you know, the sports games, you know, your Maddens, your FIFAs. I expect them to talk about those when it comes to third party. I know this is indie, but Hollow Knight, they say it's coming out this year. They don't want to give a date for some reason. Because, you know, anything's possible. But they claim it's coming out this year. The other one, I'm surprised we didn't get a date for. So, it's Comic-Con this week. And Marvel has a game coming out, which is a beat-em-up called Marvel Cosmic Invasion. And it's, you know, the same people who did Shredder's Revenge, and it looks fantastic. They revealed the two new characters, the Silver Surfer and Beta Ray Bill. I think are both great picks. I think Beta Ray Bill is so much more interesting than picking Thor. I like that. I like that cut. I'm very interested in this Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I've heard, you know, since people have been talking about it, I've heard great things about the Shredder's Revenge. So I would love to see it. But for some reason, the devs keep saying it's coming out this year, but they have yet to give a date. I thought finally we'd get a date at their Comic-Con panel, and for some reason they just didn't. What if the reason they didn't give a date is because they can't? Because they promised Nintendo they'd give them the date in the Nintendo Direct. That's my guess. I think that's a very safe prediction. So we'll just have to wait and see. But I hope it's coming out this year. I might actually... I'm not a huge beat-em-up fan, but I might pick it up. I can see myself playing it. I could see us getting some Xbox stuff. You know, Halo Collection. I think it's possible. And yeah. Anything else? The big thing, so the other big prediction that I'd make, you know, normally this is where we make a bingo card, but if I had to put something on my bingo card, I'd say Animal Crossing 2026. I don't know what it'd be. I don't know if they're going to go more heavily into the customization thing, or if they're going to scale it back and make it more like New Leaf. I think at some point there's going to be a schism in the Animal Crossing church. There might have already happened. the people who like New Leaf for its structure, and the people who like New Horizons for its freedom. Neither are wrong approaches, I want to say. I understand why people think that New Horizons gave them too much freedom, and as a result made the game more boring. Admittedly, I'm probably more in the New Horizons camp. If there is a schism in our Animal Crossing church, I'm on the New Horizons side of things. I like the freedom and the creativity the game gave us, but I understand that people don't want that, especially in an Animal Crossing game. And I definitely do need to think that, yeah, even with me liking New Horizons, there are some changes they need to make for the new one. God, I get it. They want you to take your time. But not everything needs to be so fucking slow. Listen, Animal Crossing developers. I get it. You want it to be a nice island vacation experience. But everything is so fucking slow. Some of it I'm fine with. You know, loading times taking a few seconds. I know some people bitch and moan about that. I'm okay with it. I get it. Besides for, like, you need to load shit. I understand, like, there's a certain experience. It's like, I know H-Bomber Guy once did a video on Ukulele where they talked about, like, how the screen transitions were designed intentionally to emulate an N64 vibe. I get that. I understand why you'd make those decisions. But the fact that you can only order, like, 5 items a day off a Nookazon. The fact that you cannot multi-craft. So many little things that any fucking creative game developer would have told you, yeah, you need to take care of this because that'll create problems. Nintendo just didn't give a shit because it didn't fit their vibe, their aesthetic, and it definitely made the game worse. It made the game worse than the spot I picked Shiny Hunt. If I had thought about it for a second, these stupid rice fields, I wouldn't have come over here. The fact that the Pokemon spawn in the rice fields and only like 3 or 4 can spawn in the cracks, this spot sucks for shiny hunting. Oh my, it's bad. It's bad. But I'm committed at this point. So, okay, I think Animal Crossing 2026, people want Animal Crossing. It's a big thing. It'll sell a lot of systems. It's been a few years. Oh, Splatoon Raiders. God, I don't even have this on here. You know, maybe that's our September thing. If Splatoon Raiders is a smaller game, if it's potentially a digital-only game, I could see it being September. Because we don't even know what type of game Splatoon Raiders is. But it has already been rated by the ESRB, I think. Like, Metroid Prime 4 just got rated as well. I want to say that game was just rated in Korea. So, yeah. Any other thing to add to our bingo card that I didn't make? Starting on the 28th, so on Monday, Nintendo is starting up their playtest program again, and it goes from, like, the 28th to August 10th. Maybe we find out what the playtest program is actually for? Like, the fact that because originally when Nintendo created the playtest program, it was like, hey, we're testing this for a new game that might never come out. But the fact that they're doing it again, they're testing it on Switch in Switch 2, they've upped it to 40,000 players, that makes me more likely think that, yes, this is going to be a real game that releases, and, you know, maybe giving it an actual name that hopefully isn't something like Untitled Playtest Program would be nice. So I could see that happening. But we'll just kind of have to wait and see. And yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all I got for that. So I guess let's talk about WIBE. So the big thing is Donkey Kong Bonanza in Fantastic Four. You know what? I'll create my own timestamps. We got those are the two big things I definitely want to talk about. Because I beat Bonanza, I've seen Fantastic Four, I've got thoughts on both. So we'll talk about that. I've got a food thing, which I do want to talk about. Even though we might have talked about in the past. I don't know. We've got a thing to talk about, I guess. It's kind of whatever. And then after that, I do want to talk about South Park, because I did watch the new South Park. Do I want to talk about Rick and Morty? No, not really. I should, but I'll probably just wait. I don't think there's that many more episodes. I think there's like 2 episodes left in the season. So even though we already talked about the first 2 episodes, I'll just save that for the end of the season and we'll just run back through it. It's been an okay season, I'll be honest. Some of the episodes, like the Beth childhood episode, I actually thought was like really good. Like I liked the ending on that one. So yeah, I think that was a decent one. But I don't think we'll talk about it other than that. But we will talk about Rick and Morty or South Park. I do want to talk about what do I want to say? I did not watch Man of Steel. I know I said last week that we were gonna watch Man of Steel, and I just kind of ran out of time. I was busy this week. I just didn't get around to it. It happens. So with that, I guess let's just do the food thing first. So, Jack in the Box. A restaurant that I used to really like, but have definitely been a lot more down on in recent years. They used to be the budget. They were the Taco Bell of burger places. Like, it was cheap, it wasn't the best quality, but I enjoyed it. I guess maybe the better comparison was Little Caesars. You're sure, the quality's not great, but at the price you're paying, and the amount of food you're getting, Jack in the Box wasn't bad. At least I enjoyed it. They got me through college. Since COVID, though, Jack in the Box has, pivoted to try to be more of, not a luxury, but, they've definitely tried to do, higher class burgers that are more expensive. Honestly, everyone complains about how much McDonald's prices have gone up. I think Jack in the Box is worse. A Big Mac is still only, I think, where I live anyways. I know in California it's different. But just a Big Mac is, $6. Meanwhile, Jack in the Box's Smash Burger is, 10. That's basically... Okay, maybe that's $1 cheaper than fucking Five Guys. And for that $1 more at Five Guys, the jump in quality is, so high. Five Guys, for being $11 for a burger. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's crazy to go from that to Jack in the Box. So with that, Jack in the Box has not been on my shit list, but they haven't been great. I felt I've gone to them less. They're just so expensive and they're not worth it anymore. I still find I now have nostalgia for their food, specifically the Ultimate Cheeseburger. I used to be able to get, with coupons on the mobile app, you could get 2 Ultimate Cheeseburgers for $6. And that's a day's worth of food right there. That's all the food you need for an entire day. And and nowadays that same thing is probably 12. It's doubled in price. So, but I still have nostalgia for it. I didn't burn, unlike other places, Sonic Burger, I didn't burn myself out on their food. But so the big thing, they're doing a collaboration with Coke. They've got a munchie meal. It comes with either a burger or a chicken sandwich, fries, tiny tacos, some generic chicken nuggets, and Coca-Cola Starlight. There is a good chance we talked about Coca-Cola Starlight before. Maybe specifically probably the diet version, because this is a soda that I think released before, but it was a diet soda. I don't know, let me check through my show notes. Starlight. Starlight. If we did, I have no idea where. But, so I'm pretty sure I'd had, like, the diet version of Coke Starlight before. I admittedly don't... Coke is a weird company. Because, you know, most places it's like, okay, we're going to do, like, Pepsi. Pepsi's going to do Fire Pepsi. And, you know, it's going to be like Frank's Red Hots and Pepsi. Or they're going to do Pepsi Vanilla, which is vanilla flavored. They're going to do Blue Pepsi, which was... Blue raspberry okay, I really don't remember what Blue Pepsi was. Same thing with Crystal Crystal Pepsi was just clear Pepsi. But, you know, most places are like Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew is like, hey, this is Mango Rush. It's going to be mango flavored. Hey, this is Pomegranate Punch. It's going to be pomegranate flavored. Coke, meanwhile, is like, hey, we're going to do Coca-Cola Starlight. Coca-Cola Pixel. Coca-Cola Wave. Galaxy. You know, they're doing all these, like, experiences instead of just calling them what they are. This is not the worst Coca-Cola flavor I've had. There was one of them. It wasn't Pixel. It was... God, I'd have to find it. But, okay, so there was one that was really bad. This one is... It's called Starlight. And I'll be honest... I have no idea what the fuck this flavor is. I'm pretty sure it's just normal Coke. Like, I'll be honest, I'm like 90% sure it was just normal Coke. I can't think of like any... It might have been Bite. Oh, fuck, that was the one I'm thinking. I just looked up a list of weird Cokes. And yeah, Coca-Cola Bite. That was probably it. Bite was, I think it was like Peeps flavor. Like Pepsi did Peeps, but I think it was like a Peeps or a marshmallow or something. And it was awful. I don't want to say the worst soda I've ever had is probably one of those flaming sodas. But like outside of like a spicy soda, Bite was terrible. Yeah, that's definitely what I was thinking of. Oreo actually wasn't too bad, even though they also did have a Coke Marshmallow. I don't remember what the fuck, Bite was awful. Starlight, meanwhile, just tasted like Coke. Admittedly, I'm not a big Coke guy. I don't drink, like, the only time I have a Coke is when I have, like, a Roy Rogers. And even still, that's not that. I couldn't tell you the last time I had one of those. Specifically because I only got them at, like, one restaurant, which was always really good at making them. Even though, you know, it's just, like, a Coke and, like, grenadine. I don't know. They were just good. They did something else to it that was really good. That was years ago, though. Okay, semantics, regardless. Yeah, Coke Starlight, it literally just tasted like Coke. I have no idea what it was supposed to taste like, but I legitimately thought it was just Coke. It's supposed to be like a strawberry, a marshmallow, a cotton candy. It's supposed to be something like that. It just tasted like Coke to me. So, I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been the Fire Coke or the Cinnamon Coke. I think that was what it was. It could have been Bite. But no, it was just a flavor. It just tasted like Coke. So I would not recommend going out of your way for this. But that was the first thing from Jack in the Box. Second thing, they have wedges. So, you know, everyone's mad at KFC for getting rid of their wedge fries. Jack in the Box has wedge fries. but they're specifically sauced. I mean, you can get them without it, but they're like, they have like a spicy and a non-spicy, ranch, cheese, bacon bits, and Jack's sauce, I think they called them like sauced and loaded curly fries, I think are really good. They give you very few of them, like especially post-COVID, you get like, it's like a small fry, whereas, you know, pre-COVID it used to at least be a medium. You know, they get smaller and smaller every year. But I really liked their sauced and loaded fries back in college. Nowadays, it's just kind of whatever. It's expensive. I think it's like $4. But so I tried their sauced and loaded wedges, and they're okay. I'll be honest, I'm not a big wedge fry guy. I much more prefer... I'm a big curly fry guy. I think Jack in the Box, Arby's, they have some great curly fries. I'm more of a curly fry guy than I am a wedge fry. Like, I know everyone's mad at KFC for getting rid of their wedges. I like KFC's new fries more than I liked their wedges. I'm not a wedge guy. But I thought I was going to try it anyways. And yeah, it was fine. It had a decent amount of sauce. There was only like one wedge that didn't have any, and that was kind of buried under everything else. It was okay. I don't know, if you're craving wedges, these might work. But again, the sauced and loaded ones were kind of expensive because everything is at Jack in the Box. And then the third thing... So we are now, you know, we are past the 5th of July, which means it is officially the fall and Halloween season. And, you know, places are already starting to do pumpkin spice, including Jack in the Box, who is doing pumpkin spice churros. Now, I'm not going to be one of those, like, you know, I'm not a pumpkin spice guy, but I'm not a pumpkin spice hater. You know, I know pumpkin spice is basic. I don't give a shit anymore. You know, that was, you know, college, teenage me. Nowadays, I realize none of it matters. None of the stuff you care about on the internet actually matters. It's kind of like high school. You know, in high school, you're so worried about your cliques and whatnot, and, you know, your public relationship drama. And then the second you graduate high school, you never see any of those people ever again. And it doesn't matter anymore. Same thing with, like, basic shit. Like, once you realize, like, oh, the internet has no power, it means nothing anymore. So, yeah, you know, drink your pumpkin spice, you know, do whatever you want. But I was kind of like, you know, pumpkin spice churros, okay, I'll try it. Not bad. I mean, again... I don't like pumpkin, but pumpkin spice isn't really pumpkin. It's more of like cinnamon and other herbs and spices that are trying to recreate this like fall aesthetic in drink form. And yeah, you know, pumpkin spice churros, not bad. They're little mini churros. They come in like a 5-pack. And yeah, they're okay. Like, if you're going... I think I literally got, like, mine for free because I had, like, a coupon or something. Because you gotta play the coupon game, especially with these apps. And, yeah, I played the coupon game, and they weren't bad. If I, for some reason, go to Jack in the Box in the next month, which I don't... I would not be surprised if they have these all the way through the fall season. But, like, let's say next month we go back to Jack in the Box for whatever stupid bullshit they're doing next. And they still have these, I'd probably get them again. So yeah, that's that. That's the one food thing I have. Stay tuned next week when we talk about Whataburger's collaboration with King of the Hill. No, seriously, I think either next week or the week after, Whataburger is doing a collaboration with King of the Hill. Which, can I be honest? I'm actually kind of excited for King of the Hill. I watched it kind of intermittently growing up. You know, it was on when I was younger. I would, you know, okay, it would be when Adult Swim started, it would always be the first thing on Adult Swim. And, you know, kind of like The Simpsons. Like, my parents didn't watch me watching Family Guy, but they were okay with me watching The Simpsons and King of the Hill. If they let me stay up that late. Again, we're talking 20 years ago at this point. But, yeah, no, I liked King of the Hill. I liked it enough. And so, yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, let's do a reboot. I was younger than Bobby when the show was airing, and now I'm, what, potentially his age? I don't know, how old... Let me Google, how old is Bobby in King of the Hill? Okay, so I'm older than Bobby, but you still get the point. Right? Like, it's definitely... I was younger than Bobby when I started watching King of the Hill, and I'm older than him now with the reboot. Oh, I don't like that. What? Oh, fucking whatever. Okay, so let's talk about... Okay, let's... Side rants aside. God, we've been doing a lot of those today. Let's talk Donkey Kong Bonanza. So, I played Donkey Kong Bonanza, and I said last week that I was trying to, like, ration my time with it. That, there's a tendency to, like, some people just, like, sweep through games. Like, oh, we got this new game, we gotta do it all. We gotta beat it in the on release day. How quick can you beat it? I try to, like, ration my new games, because, that's the game for the month. Let's ration this shit out. I know it's kind of like, people who get like, you went, like, you have a friend who went to a foreign country and bought you some, like, special chocolates, and now it's like, oh, you gotta ration these. And I know some people are like, yeah, you do that. Other people are like, no, you only live once. Eat them all right then and there. I'm definitely more of a ration guy. Or, a special, or you save it for a special event. And that's how I've ended up with a wine shelf with all unopened bottles. Yeah. Not that I'm really a wine drinker. I think that's more of the reason. Okay, regardless, I rationed it out, but I still did beat the game. So, I don't want to give away any spoilers. Or, maybe I will. I mean, I do still have this from last week, so maybe we will get into it. But Donkey Kong Bonanza, I was playing the game, I was enjoying it. I think it's a really good game. And then, as I'm enjoying it, I'm having a good time exploring the world, getting the power-ups, everything like that. And then as we're getting into the end, we get to the end of the game, the last, like, hour or two. I was blown away. The last 2 hours of Donkey Kong Bonanza, and 2 hours might be a little generous, but the ending of Donkey Kong Bonanza is maybe the best ending to a Nintendo game ever. I think it is a better ending than Mario Odyssey. It's a better ending than Breath of the Wild. It's a better ending to Tears of the Kingdom. In the modern era of Nintendo games, it is the best ending they have ever done. They blew it out of the park. I was so amazed. And I specifically use those games as reference, because Bonanza clearly takes influence from the endings of those games, and it just expands upon it to another level. Like, the only thing I'd even kind of be able to compare it to is, like, 3D World. Because I don't know how other people feel about it. I really like the ending to 3D World. But, it's also the ending to 3D World. This one feels much more earned, much more deserved. They worked up to it. There's a certain reveal that just, oh my gosh, blew me away. So I think, however I was feeling about the game before the ending knocks it up a couple points. Not that I hate the game. Like, I was still, I put it like this. Before the ending, I was probably at an 8 out of 10. Afterwards, I'm definitely at a 9 minimum. That's probably where I sit now. If I had to, because here's the thing. When I reviewed Mario Odyssey, back when I was reviewing games, back in 2017, I gave Mario Odyssey a 10 out of 10. And if I'm being honest, I regret that score. Not that I dislike Mario Odyssey, not that I think it isn't a great game, because it is a great game. I understand why Past Me gave it a 10 out of 10. But, any critic worth their salt has certain reviews they regret. Certain scores that maybe they wish they had done higher. Certain scores they wish they had done a little bit lower. Any critic worth their salt is like that. And if they think every review they've ever done is perfect, they're a fucking liar. No person loves everything they've done. They're a liar or a sociopath. But yeah, when I did Mario Odyssey, I gave it a 10 out of 10. Or whatever my equivalent for a 10 out of 10. Because, this was the era where you didn't give review scores. Instead, you gave, words. Oh, it's amazing. It's great. It's good. It's terrible. And I gave it my equivalent of a 10 out of 10. And I've always regretted it. It should have been a 9. I know I've said this before. I liked Mario Odyssey, but it should have been a 9. And so, because of that hesitation, I'm hesitant to give Donkey Kong a 10 out of 10. Do I think it's better than Odyssey? Yes. I think a lot of problems with Odyssey, Bananza fixes. The big one being the moons. The fact that they made bananas, where, hey, there are just as many bananas to collect in Bananza as there are moons in Odyssey. I think there's 1,000 in both. Or at least you can get to 1,000 using chips and shop purchases. Or 999. Regardless, there's all that. Moons in Odyssey are just a means to an end. They get you to the next level. They get you to the dark side or darker side. There are some worlds that don't even have moon goals because they're story goals. Bananza, meanwhile, is all based around story goals, but you still want to collect the bananas because they get you skill points which unlock you new abilities. It's such a simple change, but it is so effective. It makes such a difference. Giving bananas weight that they get you new skills makes me so much more interested in collecting them than moons in Odyssey. It changes. Mario Odyssey had a lot of moons to give you freedom. That, hey, as long, you have to give 500 moons to get the true ending. But we're giving you 1,000 so that way you have choices. You can get that 500 however you want. Bananza, meanwhile, you have 1,000 bananas, but you can beat the game without getting any of them. Or you can get all of them. But you want to get them because they make your character stronger by getting them. There's actual reason, actual, intentional motivation behind it. And it just works better. Not that I know some people really hate the moons in Odyssey. I'm personally fine with them. But I think what Bananza does is so much better. I'd say Bananza is better than Odyssey. Not that Odyssey, I'd still set 9 out of 10. Still an amazing game. But Bananza's better. But I don't know if I'd give it a 10 out of 10. I love the ending. I think it's Nintendo's best ending they've ever done. I don't know if I'd give it a 10 out of 10, though. It's hard for me, but it is good. It's really good. It just, oh my gosh. And then so after that, there is a post-game. It's, without getting into any specifics, I did the post-game, did all the levels. And then, so to do the post-game, you need to have, if Mario Odyssey, you needed 500 moons to get to Darker Side. In this game, you need 600 bananas. Yes, eventually bananas do, again, you can probably beat the game with very few bananas. You need, to get the true ending, though, you need about 600. And I'll be honest, after that, I was kind of like, you know what? I'm good. Because that's another thing about Mario Odyssey, is I did 100% Mario Odyssey. I got every moon. I got every costume. before Luigi's Balloon World came out. And to be fair, I actually never came back and got all the Balloon World stuff. But I 100%ed Mario Odyssey. And by the end, getting all 999 moons, that's actually like 800 something, 880 or something like that. I was kind of sick of the game. It's the same thing I had with like Spider-Man, where it's like, you know, beating Spider-Man on PS4 I think is a great experience. 100%ing it though is a miserable one. Mario Odyssey's kind of the same way, where it's like, yeah, beating it's a great experience, getting the 500 to go to Darker Side is good, but after that, I don't really see a point. There's not really a point in getting all 880/999. I don't think it's worth it. So when it came to Bananza, you know, I beat the game, I beat the post-game. It was like, okay, now I have a choice. I can go and get the 1,000 bananas needed. But I was like, you know what? I'm good. I don't need to 100% this game. I think I'm going to stop with Donkey Kong Banana. After only 2 weeks, and two of the best weeks I've had in gaming in a while, I think I'm good because I don't want to ruin the game. Going back to 100% everything, well, it is totally possible, and there were some areas that I did 100%. It's in the trailers, but there's like a beach area with these giant cubes of fruit. I 100%ed that area. I 100%ed a few others. But, because I had 600, I had more than 600. I had more than 600, but less than 700. But I was like, you know what? I'm good. I've done everything I wanted to. I don't want to 100% this game and ruin it for me. Admittedly, if there had been an achievement, if Nintendo did achievements, and there had been an achievement in this game to collect every banana, I probably would have done it. But the fact that there isn't, I can just ignore it. And I did everything I wanted to. I'm happy. I don't want to ruin this game for myself by 100%ing it. I'm going to leave it off where it is. I had an amazing time. If it might be worth if you're at all interested, it might be worth getting a Switch 2 for. It is that good of a game. We talked last week about Game of the Year and how for some reason everybody's obsessed with Game of the Year. And it's definitely getting a nomination without a second thought. Because this Game of the Year this year is a Clash of Titans, like 2023. 2023 was the indie critical darling Baldur's Gate 3 versus the titan of a Nintendo game, Tears of the Kingdom. And then everything else was just kind of there. This year it's going to be the same thing. It's the indie critical darling Claire Expedition 33 versus the Nintendo titan Donkey Kong Bonanza. And everything else is just kind of going to be there. Not that other games are bad. You know, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Death Stranding, Split Fiction, potentially Metroid Prime 4. We'll see. I don't think Mario Kart's getting nominated, let's be honest. Ghost of Yotei, I think, has a good chance of getting on there. But I think it's going to come down to these two. With that being said, I am going to play Claire Expedition 33. I mentioned last week I bought it. I got it, a few bucks on sale, not much. And then we find out it's only 30 hours to beat. And I'm like, 30 hours is reasonable. So I did download it onto my PS5, and hopefully I'll start it tomorrow. I beat Donkey Kong. I'm taking a day off today. And now, maybe I'll start Claire Expedition 33 tomorrow. That's the hope. We'll see if that actually happens. I very much have made promises like, yeah, we're going to do this tomorrow. And then it never actually happens. No, I'm not streaming it. So, okay, real quick, let's do some Bonanza spoilers. I'm gonna put up the spoiler warning right here, right now. Just be aware that, yes, we are going to be talking spoilers for Donkey Kong Bonanza. So, yes, full spoilers for the ending of the game, the post-game, everything like that. So talking spoilers for Donkey Kong Bonanza, I'm not gonna talk about the big thing. I want to talk about the first thing. So in Mario Odyssey, there is the Luncheon Kingdom. This is, not the second to last kingdom, I think it's the third to last. It's right near the end of the game, and this is your food-themed kingdom. But it's also the volcano-themed kingdom. Because, all Mario games / a lot of Nintendo games follow the same pattern: grass, desert, ice, water, jungle, cliffs, sky, volcano, end of game. All those same 8 worlds show up in countless Nintendo games. Sometimes they break, sometimes there are less than 8. Sometimes they throw in like a candy world or a factory world. But for the most part, those are the same patterns. In Mario Odyssey, it follows that same pattern, but they combine the candy world and the lava world. And they don't make it the final world either. Instead, it's the second to last. But I think Luncheon Kingdom might be my least favorite kingdom. Like, yeah, okay, it's got more content than like Lost or it's got more content than Ruined and Cloud Kingdom, but I just don't like Luncheon Kingdom. Sure, it's nice that it's not your typical Volcano Kingdom. I just don't like Luncheon Kingdom. So Donkey Kong Bonanza comes in, and they have a food-themed kingdom, which is based around an amusement park. And it's amazing. Oh my gosh. It's the second to last level, and it's a food-themed kingdom where your goal is to construct this giant banana burger. And it is so good. It's a lot of like, hey, let's run you through your abilities. You'll redo some boss fights. But it is so fun. It's so creative. I loved the second to last kingdom in this game. It's probably my favorite in the game. It was so good. I had a great time exploring it. There's so much to do, so many little things off the beaten path. You can explore, you have it's like a Disneyland, so you've got the 5 areas to explore, but you can explore them in any order you want. At least I think you can. I thought it was great. I thought it was a great Final Kingdom. I could see some people complaining that potentially it is too linear, that maybe the freedom I think is there isn't actually there, but it felt very open, it felt very explorable. Absolutely loved it. So I was having a great time. And then after that, you get to the planet's core. Right outside the planet, there's like a giant gateway to get in. You're working your way up towards the planet core. And all the fractones are telling you, hey, go back, you shouldn't be here. You can continue on, but you gotta pay us. You gotta bribe us to let you keep going. You get through that, and you eventually get to the gate. And right outside the gate, there's a little base, there's like a little shop and whatnot. And one of the fractones tells you like, oh yeah, there was another guy who went in there and never came back out. He gives you like this little warning. And then I walked in, you bust through, you open this gate. It's this giant wall you have to use the Bonanza on. And then Void Kong shows up and you have a boss fight. You know how like in Mario Odyssey, you do the boss fight, you fight Bowser in Cloud Kingdom. And then you fight him on the moon, but it's the same boss fight. Sure, the second time you fight him, it's a little harder, but it's basically the same boss fight both times. And that's kind of underwhelming. Now, admittedly, Mario Odyssey does something good by, afterwards you get to take control of Bowser and you get the escape sequence, which is fantastic. But it's basically just, you fight the same boss fight twice, and that kind of sucks. I was worried going into the final bit of Bonanza. You walk up, you're looking for the Banandium route at the core. And the Banandium route, when you first see it, it looks like a boob. Like, I'll be honest, that was my first thought. It was like a golden boob. And I was like, really? That's the route? That's the Banandium route that they've been building up? That's kind of underwhelming. Then you fight Void Kong. You defeat him. And it's basically earlier on, like kind of like Mario Odyssey. Halfway through the game, you fight Void Kong. And it's the same style of boss fight. It's just a little harder. But I was like, okay, you defeat Void Kong. You get this moment where he, like, in one last attempt, he turns Donkey Kong into an Odd Rock. Kind of like what Pauline was turned into an Odd Rock. So you do that. Pauline, because of course to awaken the Banandium root and make your wish, Pauline has to sing. That's the whole reason that she's there, is because singing awakens the Banandium root, and they need Pauline to do it. That's why he kidnapped her. So after Donkey Kong is turned to stone, Pauline has to sing to free him, because that's what, defeats that's what undoes the Voidco thing, the voiding. And as she was singing, they show the Banandium root, and I was like, you know what? Maybe that's not a nipple on a boob. Maybe that's a belly button. And then it clicked, and I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. Because, okay, there's a whole side quest in this game. Is on every floor you can find Cranky Kong. And for some, I don't know if this is a bug or if this is intentional. Every time you talk to Cranky Kong, he says the same thing. He basically says like, oh, DK, while you were here slacking off in the banana mines, I was back on our home island, and some ne'er-do-well came and took all of our bananas and ran off here. So me and Ranby chased him down, while your lazy butt was sitting here. We're actually... like, he scolds you. And then he gives you a banana for listening to him. And what I had assumed was that by listening to Cranky Kong's speeches on all the different layers, because he never actually says who took the bananas. And as you know, the player, you're supposed to assume like, oh, he's talking about Void Kong. But I realized like the way he words it is wrong, and I'm like, oh, he's talking about K. Rool. So I figured that there was going to be like, if you listen to all of Cranky Kong's speeches, there was going to be like a secret boss. You know, think like a Final Fantasy game where they have those secret bosses. And I figured K. Rool was going to be like the secret boss. But no. Instead, the thing that Void Kong assumes is the Banandium root is K. Rool's belly. K. Rool comes in, literally punches Void Kong out of the story. Literally hits him with, his side smash. And that's the last time you see Void Kong. He disappears for the rest of the plot. And Cranky Kong becomes the main villain. And it was so satisfying. It was such a cool moment. And you find out... okay, so there's been a lot of questions about the timeline. As I'm interpreting it, when you meet Dixie and Diddy Kong, they mention the plots of Donkey Kong 1 and 2. So we know for sure Donkey Kong 1 and 2 happened. Happened before this game. My guess is that every previous Donkey Kong game happened before this game. Everything is canon. Sure, on the Mario side, who the fuck knows? I don't know about the Pauline stuff, but on the... presumably, Pauline multiple times mentions her grandmother, and presumably her grandmother is Lady, the person who was kidnapped by Cranky Kong in the original Donkey Kong arcade game. And presumably Jumpman is, maybe that's Mario's father. Maybe, Pauline is 13 in this game. Maybe Mario is 13. And off doing other things, him and Luigi are still teenagers while this is going on. I think that potentially might be able to work. But my guess is that every Donkey Kong game is canon. 1, 2, 3, 64, Returns, and Tropical Freeze. Because Cranky Kong, or K. Rool has not been in a Donkey Kong game since, 64? What if, my speculation on the timeline, is that after the events of Donkey Kong 64, K. Rool went looking for the Banandium root and got stuck. He got stuck, and he got captured by the Banandium root. And that's why he wasn't in Returns. That's why he's not in Tropical Freeze. Because for the past 20 years, he's been stuck down in the planet's core. That's my timeline theory. That I think makes sense, and would explain why we haven't seen K. Rool in so long. But seeing him again here is so cool. It is such a great moment to see him again. He comes out, he's super intimidating. I think it works really well. Him becoming the final boss, like in a Kirby game where you fight the boss and then it's like, oh no, surprise, surprise, that's not the boss. Actually, it's 02. The literal incarnation of dark matter is here to destroy the world. That's your true final boss. And yeah, it's great. So I think that was all really cool. You go chasing after K. Rool. So the entire game, you've been fighting these Void co-enemies. And all these Void co-enemies are like golden skeletons. It's like, oh, it's this golden skeleton bee. It's this golden skeleton, I admittedly didn't know what it was, what animal it was, but it's clearly supposed to be a crocodile. When you get past K. Rool and actually go down to the planet's core, all of the golden enemies turn into the Kremlins. The bat-looking enemies are the vultures from previous Donkey Kongs. All the golden skeletons turn into K. Rool's Kremlins. They bring back the armadillos, the little red guys in the barrels. Yeah, the enemies you've been fighting this whole time were actually just Kremlin skeletons, basically. That is such a good twist and reveal. I was blown away. What a great just twist. It all makes sense. You can look back on it and it's like, oh yeah, it was there the whole time. And you just didn't know. K. Rool hasn't been in a game for 20 years. I wouldn't expect him to show up. Because Nintendo has been really weird about using Rare's characters. Outside of, Donkey Kong, Dixie Kong, Diddy, and Cranky. They don't... I mean, of course, Diddy Kong, or Donkey Kong was created by Nintendo. But all those others are Rare. Funky Kong. Nintendo's always been kind of weird about it. Especially in their games. They're much more likely to create their own new characters. But seeing K. Rool again was so cool. So you chase him down to the planet's core, you find the real Banandium root. K. Rool takes it and uses it to grant his wish to give him ultimate power. And he gets this powered up form with a bigger crown, a banana cloak. You fight him as the boss. It's a great final boss fight. Again, unlike the Void one where it's okay, we've done this before, and it's a little underwhelming, it is super satisfying to beat up on K. Rool. I don't know what power-ups because clearly your at this point you get unlimited Bonanza power, and you're supposed to use the different Bonanza powers to beat up K. Rool. But if I'm being honest, I only used the elephant and the gorilla, the main Bonanza one, the Donkey Kong one, because the elephant one is so OP because it can clear off all the lava and all the rocks. And then I might have used the Cobra one once just to jump over one of his attacks, but really I just used the elephant and the Bonanza. And it was great. It's a great final boss fight. So you beat K. Rool, you beat him up, you get the Banandium root, you wish for unlimited bananas and to go back to the surface. And then you get this escape sequence. Finally. This Morpeko quest has been a nightmare. But it's ours. So you get this, how in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, after you beat the final boss, they give you this victory lap where you get to go out and you get to, you fight Dark Beast Ganon, you fight Dragon Ganon. And it's not actually hard. In fact, it's probably harder to lose than it is to win it. But it's supposed to be showing off. And that's what I thought this final sequence was. It's the game showing off. You go in, K. Rool gets back up, he comes chasing after you, but it's a really easy segment. And I was like, okay, that's our victory. Credits roll, but the credits have, Gangplank Galleon playing in the background. It's got the K. Rool logo plastered over the Bonanza logo. It's got all the, if you've ever played the original Donkey Kong Country, at least I think it was the original that did this. I don't know. Admittedly, I don't think I've ever actually personally beaten it. I know I haven't. I've only seen this in, like, other people do it, like speedruns. But, you know, K. Rool is known for his fake outs. He fakes out the player thinking they've won, and then you gotta beat him again. You gotta do the second phase. So he does a fake out ending. It's super satisfying. And then you get a final sequence. You're in New Donk City. K. Rool has stolen the Banandium root and is turning the city into an image of himself. Like, he creates a giant golden statue. So you have to use your abilities to climb through the city. And again, this is where, like, the 3D World comparison comes into play. Because if you've ever played the ending of 3D World, it's, Bowser takes your power-ups that you've been using and uses them against you. And it's actually, like, it's really cool. And despite all of 3D World's problems, I actually think it's a very satisfying ending. So yeah, having to use all your power-ups to climb through the city. Then you get to a boxing arena and you fight, it's a boxing arena, I think. And then you have to fight K. Rool again. But this time he's in, like, his God Slayer mode. Like, he gets a power-up that, like, makes him, like, his rotten form. And, yeah, it's basically the same boss fight again, but harder. But it is so fucking cool. The final boss fight, it just kept going, and it just got better and better. Oh my gosh. And then you beat K. Rool, you turn the city back to normal. Pauline realizes that, for her and Donkey Kong to both get their wishes granted, they have to go their separate ways. Admittedly, I didn't cry. I did not cry during this ending. To be fair, I didn't cry during Odyssey's ending either. I cried in Odyssey during the festival sequence. That's what got me. But I think this is such a good, satisfying ending. The final boss fights against K. Rool are so good. I'm glad it wasn't just the same boss fight we had already done. They do something different. They keep getting bigger and more spectacular. It was such a good ending. Again, I think this is the best ending a Nintendo game has ever had. It was beautiful. It was amazing. I was blown away by the ending of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like, holy shit. They actually pulled it off. And yeah, the ending alone, yeah, it either gets the game a 9 or a 10 out of 10. It is so good. It is so well done. I loved it. I loved it so much. From there, you go to the post game. It takes you back up to, like, level 00. There is no bonus level you unlock in the post game. You know how, like, in Mario Odyssey, after you beat the game, you get the Mushroom Kingdom? Yeah, I think, admittedly, I can't remember if you could go back to the starting area, or maybe it just lets you back in, and now there's a bunch of new stuff to do in the starting area on the Ingot Isles. But either way, it's good. You go back. Hey, Pauline comes back because she's trying to write a new song. She wants your help, so you help her out. You go talk to each of the elders, and this is where you actually need bananas, because the elders tell you that basically, hey, we're gonna do these rehearsals, which are basically like challenge levels, but you need enough bananas to do these challenge levels. They don't require you to have any abilities. At least if they did, they didn't ask about them. But instead, you just need enough bananas. So I did these rehearsals. These are the challenge levels. These rehearsals are where the game starts to get difficult. Some of these rehearsals took me like an hour. Like, the snake one took me forever. The elephant one took me... I loved the elephant power-up. So I was like, it's not going to be that hard. No, that one, oh my god. I think the first one was easy. Maybe even the horse one wasn't bad. But the last, like, 3, the ostrich, the snake, and the elephant, by the end of it, it took me like an hour. I was struggling with something. Especially the snake one. The snake one, I never really got a good feeling on the timing of the snake slow-mo. Admittedly, I think the snake slow-mo is like, hey, you remember the spring power-up from Mario Galaxy, what if they made the spring power-up good? That's how I feel about the snake. Like, yeah, it's the spring power-up, but good. And giving it slow-mo actually, you know, gives it something unique. So after that, you go through all the levels. The game tells you, hey, go back to the core. So you have to work your way back to the core, you know. You don't have any checkpoints, so you gotta slowly work your way down. And then when you get down there, you can talk to the Banandium root about the song. It doesn't really matter. Instead, the Harmony eel shows up. The dad of all the eels, who, you know, earlier in the game ate Pauline. Also a really good sequence as well. And so you get to the Harmony eel, you jump inside its stomach, and do the final rehearsal. The final rehearsal is this game's, you know, Champions Road. It's the darker side. It's the Grand Galaxy, as I think Galaxy 2's version. You know, in Nintendo's 3D games, they like to have that final level, which is supposed to be more difficult. This is that. Also, I know we were seeing Minun's in the cave. I'm convinced that's not the Terror Raid. I think it's outside. So that's where we're gonna check it. So, doing that, you get the final rehearsal. And the final rehearsal, I admittedly, on a scale from like World 1-1 to the Impossible Challenge from New Super Mario Bros. 2, I definitely say this is more in line with, you know, the darker side of the moon. Yeah, here we are, the actual raid. I would say, yeah, we're a lot closer to darker side. I think Champions Road in 3D World is harder. I'd say this is probably easier than Darker Side, but only because Darker Side is longer than this. I feel like you have to do a lot more in Darker Side. Even though, God, the first area in this one, I hated. The first section, which is all about the ostrich, no matter how many times I did it, I really feel like I never got, like, I'd still occasionally take hits. So the first section sucked. The second section was even worse. The second section, I admittedly don't know what power-up you're supposed to use, but basically you have to get across this, like, field. There's, like, this, like, mound with all these spikes in between it, and there's, like, 100 rolling balls. And you can get stun-locked by these rolling balls, and it'll just be like you have to slowly wait there as they death by 1,000 cuts you. And it sucks. The second segment is the worst segment. Even on my successful run, I couldn't figure it out. And then the only other time I really died was the final segment. The final horse segment, I just could not get the barrel timing right, and I died like 4 times. And that's right at the end. Like, that's right before the game says, thank you for playing. So that sucked. But yeah, it probably took me like an hour. I only crashed out a little bit. But I think, you know, it's a decent final level. Yeah, it's not as hard as like Champions Road or the final Wonder Gauntlet from Super Mario Wonder. The final challenge. Admittedly, I thought it had a checkpoint, because like Mario Wonder, its final challenge has like 2 checkpoints, and at a certain point you get like, they give you like a health and a Bananza refill, and I was like, oh, okay, that's our checkpoint. No, it wasn't. When I died on like the final segment, it sent me back to the very beginning, and that kind of sucked. But I still think it was a good final ending. I beat it, and that was kind of where I was like, okay, I replayed the credits one more time. And then yeah, that's it. That's the end of the game. Sure, you can go back in and 100% it. There might be some sort of reward for 100%ing the game, but I'm good. I did everything I wanted to. It's a fantastic game. I truly did love it. I highly recommend it. If you're going to buy a Switch 2, be it for this, for Mario Kart, for Pokemon, or Metroid, or Animal Crossing when that eventually comes out, I say this is a must-buy. Like, I can understand someone picking up the Switch 2 and not picking up Mario Kart. I'd say this is a must-buy game. If you own a Switch 2, you have to play this. It is the pinnacle of everything Nintendo's been working on for the past 40 years in platformers. And there's still potentially room to grow. I could see them continuing to go up. But it is so good. It is so good. So that's that. Let's talk about South Park. We're going to talk about the full episode, so spoilers ahead, but, you know, it's South Park. So South Park is one of those shows where I will stand by. I've said that, I say this every year, every time a new season starts. South Park used to be the shit. Even into the later seasons. Like, I know some people fell off around, like, season, 6 for some reason, or, 5 and 6. I think South Park was continually good. Continually on the pulse of... South Park was continually on the pulse of pop culture in satire until 2016. 2016 was their 20th, it was their 20th season, the big 2-0. They were going to do a big thing to celebrate. They were making fun of Donald Trump. They fully expected Hillary Clinton to win the election. And then Donald Trump won the election, and South Park kind of fell apart. I'll be honest, the show, well, it's had some good episodes here and there. I think the most recent special, The End of Obesity, was actually pretty decent. And, I liked some of the future stuff. There are pandemic specials where they were like, hey, what if we go 20 years into the future? They've had some decent stuff over the years, but ever since Trump, South Park just hasn't been good. As good. It just hasn't been as good. They just kind of, in their attempts to recover from Trump, they kind of just got sent flailing and have been trying to climb the mountain ever since to get back to where they were, and they just haven't been able to reach it. And I'm not going to say season 27, episode 1 is that return. I do not think it is the moment, like, South Park is back, South Park is good again. I do not think we have gotten there. But I do really like this episode. I do think this is a return to form. So the big thing, so the episode starts off, Cartman's complaining, because, Cartman was /is the racist, the sexist, the xenophobic, the homophobic, even though he's gay, ? Like, the amount of times Cartman has expressed his love for Kyle. Like, yeah. But, he's the worst of society. That's what Cartman's supposed to be. So at the start of the episode, Cartman comes out after finding out NPR has been canceled, and has come to the realization that basically the whole world, or at least America, is as bad as he is. So he's not special anymore. He can't make fun of woke liberals anymore, because woke liberalism is dead, because, everyone has to bow down to Trump. Like, at least that's how I'm interpreting it, that the whole world has become Cartman, and, when everyone's Cartman, nobody is. Cartman's no longer special anymore for, being this racist, homophobic, xenophobic pig. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. Meanwhile, Jesus is in the schools. PC Principal has become Power Christ Principal and is bringing Jesus back into the schools. Even though he doesn't want to, Jesus doesn't want to. They're still being forced to do it by the Trump administration, or else he's going to sue them. So the people of the town are fed up. They're going to go get the president. They're going to go get Garrison. They go. He's just at home, with his boyfriend Rick. And they're like, wait, you're not the president? Then who is? So in the earlier seasons of South Park, to make fun of Saddam Hussein, they literally just took a cutout of Saddam Hussein's face and made it like one of their Canadians. And they literally also gave him the South Park Canadian accent. And you know, if you've seen the South Park movie, he's in love with Satan. He's Satan's abusive boyfriend. So, for South Park's, you know, new Trump, now that it's no longer Garrison, it's just Saddam Hussein. You know, they constantly compare him to a dictator from the Middle East. We see his dick multiple times. He's boyfriends with Satan. Yeah, they're leaning hard into Trump is just Saddam Hussein. And you know that pisses him off. You know that pisses off conservatives. You know, again, this entire episode is spent making fun of Trump, making fun of his tiny dick, that he's in bed with Satan, that if you make fun of him, he's going to sue you. This is, you know how in The Boys, where at the end of the second season, they had this, like, incel nerdy guy rooting for Homelander, and a lot of conservatives looked at that and were like, wait, are they making fun of us? They were. It's kind of the same thing here. You know, conservatives are looking at South Park and are like, wait, are they making fun of us? Has Matt Stone and Trey Parker never been on our side? Because while South Park, you know, they've made their mistakes over the years. The global warming thing comes to mind. South Park is neither liberal or conservative. They make fun of everybody. But it's a lot easier to make fun of conservatives because they're fucking stupid ass pieces of shit. And that's exactly what this episode does. And a lot of people have like woken up to realize like, oh, South Park is making fun of us. Sure, do they make fun of PC liberals? Yeah, they do. But they do so in a way that's different to how they're making fun of Trump. It's different. That's for sure. Of course, you know, some people will always miss the nuance. But yeah, it's been so funny to see people melting down at seeing Trump's tiny little dick. And, oh, conservatives being like, oh, South Park hasn't been relevant in years. I mean, they're not wrong, but they're not right for the right reasons, if that makes any sense. But yeah, this episode's blown up. It's blown up inside of the Trump White House. While Trump himself hasn't said anything, you know he's going to try to sue. Especially because at the end of the episode, because you know the Colbert thing, the Late Show with Stephen Colbert was canceled. And you know, everyone's come out and been like, oh, well, they claim it's for financial reasons. Paramount canceled the Late Show because of Donald Trump. You know, they literally just paid hush money to the Trump campaign. And South Park, yeah, literally has Jesus come down and call that out. And be like, hey, you don't want to be sued. Especially after what happened with the Colbert Report. Even though earlier this week, literally Paramount paid Matt Parker and Trey Stone $1.5 billion for South Park. You know, they're tempting Trump to sue them. And if Trump does sue them, that makes everything they say in the episode correct. So it was a crazy episode of South Park. Hey, how you doing? Just for the episode of South Park to end, they claim like in their settlement to Trump to get him to stop suing the town. They make this agreement that they're going to make a bunch of PSAs. And the first PSA they make is of a naked Trump walking through the desert. And you see his dick. It's all deep. They use deep fake to do it. Whether it's a person and they just deep fake the face, or if it's full AI generated, I don't entirely know. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the ending of this episode is entirely AI generated. Yeah, we're talking about South Park. But yeah, no, they want South Park to sue, or the South Park creators want Donald Trump to sue them. But if he were, that like completely proves the point of the episode. It's a lose-lose scenario for Trump. But, you know, conservatives don't care. Sure, is their president a pedophile who is in the Epstein files? Yeah, probably. But they don't care, conservative. Trump told them to, hey, stop talking about the Epstein files. Let's talk about Obama again. Sure, has Obama not been president for almost 10 years? Are they going to start talking about Hillary Clinton's emails again? Because guess what? They're also doing that. Because Trump is in the Epstein files. He was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. He went to that island. And yeah, it's, oh my gosh. The more that Trump denies the Epstein files, the more you have to wonder what's in there. Like, is Trump on every page? Is he in everything, doing the worst thing possible? Because, like, we already knew Trump was in the files, but the more he denies, the worse I think it is. Like, it's very Streisand effect of it. But yeah, the South Park premiere, I think, was good. I think it's a good start to the season. Is it one of their best episodes? No. But, it's South Park. It's what they do. It's what they do best. I think, them making Donald Trump Saddam Hussein, I think is great. Just great. I hope, there's a part of me that hopes they keep leaning into it. But I also, part of the problem with later seasons of South Park is that it just became about Trump. When Trump was everything and all people could talk about, that's what South Park became. Sure, they were using Garrison, but it's the same thing. So I hope they do other things. Obviously, at some, Musk is going to do something stupid and they're going to talk about that. Even though they literally did have Musk on their show. Like, Musk voiced himself back in, like, season, 22 or 20, 21 or 22. But we'll see. We'll see what they're going with. Because, South Park, weirdly enough, put out a trailer for this season. But because South Park is written on, a weekly basis, how do you make a trailer for a season when you don't actually release the episodes until, you don't, 6 days to air? How do you make a trailer for a season like that? Because I know they mentioned they're going to do the Diddy stuff. I know they mentioned they're going to do, the boys are going to work for the TSA. Oh, then meanwhile, the B plot in the episode is all about Cartman trying to kill himself. And he suicide pacts with Butters. And I thought the ending to that, the final joke of that was really good. I think that was a really solid joke to end off that episode. Yeah, we'll just kind of, is South Park, is this the return to serialization? Probably. I mean, it's not like South Park hasn't been serialized, but they've definitely, ever since season, 16, they've been serialized, and I don't see that going away. I don't see them going episodic, status quo as God. Even though they've heavily returned to status quo as God, except for, Tegrity Farms. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, so that's South Park. I guess let's talk about Fantastic Four. We're going to talk non-spoilers first, because it's only right to talk about non-spoilers, and then we'll get into spoilers here in a little bit. We only have one more Pokemon to get, but I think we'll have enough time. We just got to get a mine in, or a Plusle, I mean. So, Fantastic Four, First Steps. I liked this movie. I'm not going to say it's the perfect MCU movie. I'm not going to say, oh, this is the movie that saves the MCU. I think the MCU is fine. As someone who never jumped off the boat, I think the MCU is fine. It's always been hits and misses. I really enjoyed watching this adult cartoon as 10 years old. The show was pretty much a part of my childhood, and as a kid, fully aware that I was an adult. Yeah, as kids, we probably shouldn't have been watching South Park, but we did it anyways. That's how I feel about GTA Vice City. I was definitely too young to play GTA Vice City when I did, but I still think of it very fondly when I look back on it. So, yeah. But no, I enjoyed Fantastic Four. I think it was a good movie. Does it save the MCU? No. Does it destroy the MCU? Also no. It kind of, when we talked about Superman a few weeks ago, I kind of talked about how it felt like, hey, instead of you jumping into like an origin issue, Superman very much felt like you were jumping into a new issue 1. Because if you don't know how comics work, at least, you know, majority of the time, is if you want to start reading comics, you don't start reading the first comic. You read the comic number 1. Comics reboot themselves with a new number 1 every few years. You just pick up the most recent number 1 and start reading from there. You know, sometimes it's big reboots, sometimes it's small reboots. Like when I started reading Miss Marvel, sure, the character was only like a few years old, but I just picked up the most recent number 1, which wasn't her first issue, and just started reading from there. Let me look at your comment. Because despite that, I was a kid when I watch it. I was already mature for my age to watch it. Everything about the show is just perfect in my opinion. Trey and Matt are brilliant. They literally got away with everything they've done in the show that others don't dare to do, I remember. Yeah, no, South Park is great. To be fair, they haven't actually gotten away with everything. Specifically, you know, sadly, multiple South Park episodes have been censored. Even recently, I guess on Paramount, they've removed a bunch of episodes. And it kind of sucks. Like, that's kind of fucked up. I specifically think of episode 200, though. How they literally, Comedy Central did literally censor them. But no, they got away with a lot. They're good counterculture. Nowadays, it's a little bit more complicated. But up until, like, season 19, I think they were nailing it. Yeah, South Park was good, but they weren't perfect. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so comic books. When you want to read a comic, you don't start at the first issue. Like if you're reading like One Piece. Like if you're reading One Piece, you start at issue number 1 all the way through issue 1000. If you want to read Superman, you don't start at Action Comics number 1. You just pick a number 1 that has Superman in it and go from there. And that's kind of what the Superman movie felt like. It wasn't an origin story of Superman. It wasn't the first issue, but it was a new number 1. A place where you, as a new reader, can just kind of jump in. I feel the same way about this new Fantastic Four. This is not the first issue of Fantastic Four, but it's a new number 1. A place where you can jump in. And that's kind of, because that's how this movie starts. The movie starts with like a montage. And if you've picked up a number 1, usually they start off with like a blurb of text telling you, hey, these are the important characters. These are the things you should know. Let me, just give you some background details in case you've never read an issue before. And that's kind of what the opening montage of Fantastic Four felt like. So if you are down, unlike Spider-Man, Superman, and Batman, most people know their origin stories. Fantastic Four, while popular, isn't as popular, but I think they do a good enough job at explaining the origin story. 4 scientists go to space, and they come back with cosmic powers. That was their origin story in the 60s, hasn't changed that much since then. So I liked how the movie opened. I think it does a good job at that, of explaining the origin story. If you know nothing about the Fantastic Four, you're gonna be fine. And then from there, things I liked about the movie, again, without getting into spoilers, I think the casting is very good. I like all the characters. They all get their moments to shine. They all get moments with each other. The only one who doesn't get enough screen time is Ben. I kind of wish there was a little bit more to do with Ben. They give him, each character kind of gets their own subplot. And I really don't like Ben's subplot. Johnny's subplot is fantastic. Johnny gets a whole subplot that actually is great and is way, honestly, I know some people like Chris Evans as like the cocky asshole, but the guy who's in this movie, whose name I forget, is it Joseph Quinn? I think it's Joseph Quinn. Yeah, Joseph Quinn. Well, yeah, he's not that cocky asshole that, you know, Chris Evans was. Like, you could argue Chris Evans was, I don't want to say more comic accurate. Okay, I guess I should say, I have read a little bit of Fantastic Four comics. Specifically, I have read Jonathan Hickman's run. Specifically, the first volume. There are 3 volumes of Jonathan Hickman. I have read the first one. I own all 3, but I only ever read the first one. I hopefully will remedy that sometime soon. And from what I remember from Jonathan Hickman's run, I think Joseph Quinn accurately portrays Human Torch. I think he does a good job. Pedro Pascal, admittedly, I don't know. Is Reed Richards autistic? He kind of falls into like that Sheldon Cooper thing where the character is written as autistic, but they don't actually think he's autistic. But I think Pedro Pascal captures that as like, usually Pedro Pascal in his movies plays a very nice, likable guy. Last of Us aside, he can be kind of stoic, but he's likable. In this one, he's very quiet and stoic, but it's because he has like a million thoughts going on in his head at all times. And I think he plays it very well. He talks about, it's a genius and what are the upsides and the downsides of being a genius. Because having a million thoughts, not all those thoughts are gonna be good thoughts. And the movie addresses that. Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm. You could, this is an ensemble movie. All the characters have their own, plots, their own weight. They all come together as an ensemble. But if you had to pick one character who gets the most, I'd say it's Vanessa Kirby, or Sue Storm. If you want to say who is the main character of this movie, I would argue it's her. I don't know if she has the most screen time, but I wouldn't be surprised if she does. I would argue, there's some moments in this movie where it's like very clearly established that, yeah, she's the main character. Important plot elements revolve around her and her actions and her decisions. The one thing, again, from the Jonathan Hickman run, I remember how she was like a diplomat. Like, they find like these Arctic Atlanteans, and she basically becomes like their like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like their, I'm going to use diplomat. I want to say envoy, but that's not right. She brokers peace between the rest of humanity and the Atlanteans in the Jonathan Hickman run. In this movie, she kind of does the same thing. She starts the Future Foundation and brokers peace between the Moloids and the Mole Man and the rest of, all the people of Subterranea with the people of Earth. Or of the surface, I guess. I think she does a good job there. It's what I know of the character. I think they do an accurate portrayal. And yeah, because from this is in all the trailers, she's pregnant. And so they make a big deal about that, her being pregnant. She gives birth at some point in the movie. Spoiler alert. I don't think that's a spoiler. I don't consider it one. And that's a big deal. And yeah, I think it's all around. I think the casting is really good. Julia Garner is Shala Ball, the Silver Surfer. And I think she's fantastic in the movie. They give her some really good sequences, some great action set pieces. I don't know how people feel about the CGI. I think the CGI is pretty good. There are some issues, specifically the baby. Sometimes the baby's a baby, but sometimes it's a CGI baby, and it doesn't look good. But I think overall the CGI on Shala Ball is great. I think the CGI on Galactus is good. It's not anything like hyper realistic or anything. I can see some people complaining about it, but I think it's good. I think Galactus is intimidating. Ralph Ineson is the voice, and he's super intimidating. I think he's fantastic. Cause something, okay, I'm pretty sure this is a comic accurate Galactus. If you know anything about Galactus's origins in the comics, they do that. All the weird shit about Galactus, yeah, no, they do that. His whole thing about being from like a different reality, that's in this movie. Which is, I would not, most comic movies wouldn't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole because it's weird. No, this movie totally talks about it. Totally does it. I think that's good. I like that they lean into it. Galactus, as I interpret him, is less of a character and more of a force of nature. Trying to stop Galactus is like trying to control the weather. That's how I interpret him in this movie. I know some people won't like that. That, they want him to be more of a character. And it does create some problems. If we had the biggest problem with this movie is the third act. Without getting into any specifics, the third act, again, they're trying to control the weather. And things are gonna go wrong. They're gonna have problems. Because you can't control... Despite, fucking Laura... Not Laura Ingram. Is it Laura Ingram? Despite, Marjorie Taylor Greene claiming the Democrats have a weather machine, there is no weather machine. There's no easy way to stop Galactus. And so that, that creates some problems in the third act that I know not everyone's gonna love. I know not everyone's gonna love the ending of the movie. And I get that. I totally get that. I personally thought it was okay. But I see why some people would have some problems. I see why there's some issues. And well, it was nice seeing you. Come back again sometime. But with that, I love the aesthetics of the movie. I think it's a very colorful movie. The retro futuristic aesthetic of the 60s, I think works really well. A lot of problems with Marvel movies is that they're very dull. They're very dark. This movie has some color. I praise Superman for having color. This movie also has some color. The suits on the blue. No, I don't. I only got a Twitter. Same handle as always. Same handle as here. But yeah, I love the colors. I think it's bright. I love the futuristic aesthetic. I took my parents to go see this, and what was my father complaining about? Because he didn't like the aesthetics. He was complaining that it looked too much like the Jetsons, but I was like, that's fine. Again, they're based on a comic from the 60s. There's only so much you can do with that. I'll be honest, I have a Discord server. You can find it in the link in the description. So yeah, if you want to go down there. Yeah. At least it should still be down there. Yeah. And well, just you should be able to get to me from there. I'm not one of those Discord people who constantly post updates or anything. You don't gotta worry about that. So yeah, overall, I really enjoyed this Fantastic Four movie. I thought it was great. It's not anything amazing. It's not going to save the MCU. I don't like it as much as Superman. I still stand by Superman is a better movie. And if you have to choose between Superman or Fantastic Four, go see Superman. But I'd still probably give Fantastic Four like an 8 out of 10. I still think it is a very good, very solid movie. Unlike a lot of the other MCU bullshit, You know, if you're worried about like, oh, well, there's all these TV shows, there's all these movies that you gotta watch, you know, everything's interconnected. This entire movie takes place in an alternate universe. You do not have to have seen a single movie, a single TV show, anything like that to understand this movie. Fantastic Four stands on its own completely and absolutely. And it's the first MCU movie in like a long time to do that. Most MCU movies, you need something else, even the TV shows. No, this one stands entirely on its own, no prerequisites required. So yeah, that's what I have to say on that. With that, let's talk about spoilers real quick. Okay, this is your spoiler warning. If you do not want to be spoilered, if you have not seen the movie yet, go away. You know, this will be a VOD on YouTube later. You can come back then. But this is full spoiler warning. I'm gonna spoil everything. I kinda have to. Because there are some things I want to talk about. So, going into the movie, I was enjoying it. I liked the characters. I liked the dynamics. I was enjoying it. And then, you know... So, Shalabal, the Silver Surfer, comes in and tells the Fantastic Four, hey, I herald Galactus, I herald his beginning, I herald your end. She gives this big speech, and the Fantastic Four decide to go back up into space to chase her. They're going to find out who this Galactus is. They're going to presumably stop Galactus. So that's exactly what they do. They go to space, they find Galactus's, you know, world-eating spaceship, and they have a confrontation with Galactus. And when they do, Galactus reveals that he will spare the Earth and them in exchange for their child. He makes, you know, an ultimatum. I don't want to say a quid pro quo, but he makes them a deal that he will spare the Earth in exchange for their child. They obviously say no, but that's when the movie got good for me. I was enjoying it up to that point because I've said multiple times, the problem with modern day superhero movies, and kind of the problem with superheroes in general, is that when every battle is a battle for the fate of the world, they tend to lose stakes. You know, when every battle could destroy the world, you kind of stopped caring. And in order to remedy that, you have to make the battles personal. You have to make everything personal. One-on-one, character versus character. That's what I like about the Ant-Man movies. The first two, and only Ant-Man movies, they're entirely personal stories. By making Galactus want Franklin, it takes it from this world-ending story to a very personal one. Will the Fantastic Four give up Franklin Richards to save the world? That's the dilemma they're facing. And I think that's really interesting. I really like that dilemma, that complication. Of course, you know, even though Reed could come back to Earth and not tell the people about it, of course he does, and the world does kind of turn on them and tell them, oh, you should give up your child to save the world. And then Sue Storm comes out and, you know, introduces the world to Franklin and tells them, hey, this is me. I've always wanted to be a mother. My mother died when I was young, and I'm not going to give up my child. We will find another way. So I do like that speech, and that's why I'd say she's the main character. After that, they create this whole plan, which I don't want to compare to Wonder Woman 1984, but it you know how in Wonder Woman 1984, the whole world comes together to undo their wishes? Another Pedro Pascal movie. It's kind of the same thing here. The world comes together to create this teleportation relay. They Chekhov's gun it. That, oh, you know, early on in the movie, you see the teleportation relay, and they're just going to take the Earth and move it somewhere else. And that's exactly what happens. They're going to take the Earth and move it somewhere else. Of course, that doesn't work. The Silver Surfer comes in to stop them. But you get this really good moment where... So, Johnny's whole subplot in this movie that I really like is that he gets these recordings from space. And eventually, when he talks to Shalabal, she speaks in that same language. And so through her, he's able to take one sentence and use it as like a Rosetta Stone to figure out her whole language. And then he confronts her with it. You know, they have this big confrontation. We find out her origin story. You know, she became Galactus's herald to save her kid, which is not to, so in the comics, the normal Silver Surfer becomes the Silver Surfer to save Shalabal, his wife. So, you know, it's a little inversion of it, but it generally gets the same idea. And then he confronts her with all the people she killed. She freaks out and fly away. But now their plan is ruined. So they pivot, they create a new plan, which is, hey, what if they have one teleporter left? What if they use that to defeat Galactus? I'm surprised that wasn't shiny. It really looked like it. So they're going to lure in Galactus with Franklin and then push him into the one teleporter they have left. I've seen some people be like, oh, well, don't you have to have like a beginning and an end point? No, you only need one side of the teleporter. You only need the sending side. You don't need a receiving side. I wish they had made that a little bit more clear, but I got it. It made sense. Galactus comes down. Again, it's like fighting the weather. He doesn't fall for their trap. You know, they try to lure him in with the baby. He realizes what they're doing. He goes, he gets Franklin. Because his whole thing is he wants Franklin because Franklin possesses the power cosmic and could end Galactus's endless hunger. Because Galactus's whole thing is he eats planets because he's from a previous universe and he has to eat them to stay forever hungry. That's exactly what he does. It's a whole thing, you know, it's a whole thing. But he gets that. He takes that. He wants Franklin. So after he takes the kid, he's about to leave. Sue uses all of her powers to stop him. I'm sure people are going to have problems with this. Like, oh, why is she able to, you know, stop them? I'm reminded of, there's a Cyanide and Happiness bit where they do Mega Mom, who is a mom who, when her child is in danger, she gets the powers of the Hulk. So she starts intentionally, like, throwing her kid into burning buildings in order to save them. It's just a really funny bit. And so we get that. And Sue Storm is able to stop Galactus. They're able to open the portal, push him in. Johnny goes to make the sacrifice play, which is something I know he does in the comics, specifically with Annihilus. He doesn't make... instead, Shalabal does it. They defeat Galactus. The world is saved. Sue Storm dies. And then, you know, again, we talk Chekhov's gun. The entire movie, they set up Franklin has this magical power. He uses that power to bring his mom back from the dead. I know some people are going to hate this scene, and I get it. But I think it's okay. They do properly set it up. Again, they Chekhov's gun it. But I get why people are going to hate this scene. I totally do. Okay, so that's all the shiny hunting. You know, we've been at this for like 3.5 hours, but we got everything we needed. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of done with Pokemon. We could open up the new thing, but I'm good. I got everything I wanted. But let me check. You know, let's just play something pre-recorded. Give me a second. Yeah, look at them all. They're so cute. Okay, let me... real quick. We could go into Marble League, but... fuck it. Let's... give me 1 second. Because I'm not done with Fantastic... I've only got like a few more minutes of stuff to say about Fantastic Four. What clips... just what random clips do I have? Do I have anything? Fuck it. Here's a clip of me doing Mario Odyssey's Darker Side. That went way farther than I thought it was. This was recorded like a year ago. Who cares? I don't want to play any more Pokemon. I don't want to do a Bellatra run or anything. Okay, so... What I'm saying... So Sue Storm sacrifices herself to save the world. Save her kid. And then Franklin, like, Reed tries to, you know, resuscitate her. Doesn't work. Franklin crawls on her and brings her back to life. I know some people are going to hate this scene. Because I get it. It kind of undoes some of the stakes. Of course, you know, there's a whole thing of like, oh, if this baby had the power cosmic, why couldn't he just defeat Galactus from the start? I understand that complaint. But, you know, that's not how the movie was going to work. And I think it's more... I could see someone saying this is as bad as Superman rewinding time. I don't think it is. I really don't. Instead... I'd say the better no, I don't even have a better comparison. What I'm getting at is I don't hate the scene as much as other people will. At least I'm assuming people hate the scene. I don't see why they wouldn't. I can see the problems, but I think it is properly set up. They say Franklin has the powers of a god. Of course he'd be able to bring his mom back to life. In the comics, he reshapes the entire universe. Of course he'd be able to do this. And I'm just assuming people have a problem with this. I don't actually know. And there's a whole... The finale itself is overall just kind of messy. I think them... Like, the fact that they have to... They create a plan, then they pivot. You know, he talks a lot about levers. That if he can find the right lever, he will move the world. And they constantly like, oh, well, you know, we'll stop Galactus by teleporting the Earth away. That fails. We'll teleport Galactus himself. That fails because he sees through their plan. Then they have to push him back through. Yeah, it is kind of a mess. But overall, I think it is... I do like the ending. I'm glad that it is a happy ending. You can't kill off Sue Storm in the first Fantastic Four movie. But, you know, it kind of does undo some of the stakes, and I get that. I've seen a lot of people... I've seen one person... make a stupid-ass fucking video where he gave the movie like a 0 out of 10 and said that, oh, you shouldn't see this movie because it's another Marvel slot movie that's completely unoriginal. And it's just like, fuck off with that. Like, if you didn't like the movie, that's fine. But saying, oh, it's unoriginal Marvel slop. And, like, all of his points, like, make no fucking sense. God, people on the internet are fucking stupid. Regardless, you know, the movie, from there, we get like a 3 men and a baby scene with them in a cart with the 3 boys in a car seat. And then, you know, they go off to their next mission because they are still the protectors of the world. Going into this movie, a lot of people thought Galactus was going to destroy the world. You know, there's the ending scene of the Thunderbolts with their ship arriving in the mainline universe. And so a lot of people thought like, oh, that kind of spoiled the Fantastic Four. Because it had already been speculated that the world was going to be destroyed. No, the world isn't destroyed. And I actually think that's for the best. Instead, something else is going to get them into the mainline universe. Specifically, the end credit scene is Dr. Doom shows up for Franklin. What is it going to be from there? We don't know. We have no idea where... We don't even see Robert Downey Jr.'s face. We just see a man in a green cloak with a Doom mask. I do like that earlier in the movie, you have, like, these Future Foundation UN meetings, and everybody's there except for Latveria. I do like that they set that up, at least in some way, shape, or form. That is good. I am glad about that. I don't know, I still think they're gonna fuck like, by casting Robert Downey Jr., they've already fucked up Doctor Doom, but we'll see how much worse it gets from here. And then there is a final end credit scene that is just, the Fantastic Four cartoon. Literally, my theater booed when that scene happened. Can I be honest? I'm over post-credit scenes, but not for the reason people think. I actually like when they do, like, a joke as a post-credit scene. Like, a lot of these like, Superman. Superman's post-credit scene was all a conversation between Superman and Mr. Terrific about how the world was realigned, but a little bit off. I'm fine with that. People want, like, these big... People want big post-credit sequences that set up the next movie. Can I be honest? I'm done with it. From here on, I am fine with Marvel teasing the next movie in post-credit scenes. But I think it should be more like Iron Man 2, and less like Thor Love and Thunder or The Eternals. When Marvel does a post-credit scene, I want them to literally tease the next movie. You know, the end credit scene for Thunderbolts teased Fantastic Four, and kinda Doomsday. The end credit scene for Fantastic Four teases Doomsday, the next movie. I don't want, like Thor, like the Iron Man 2. The end credit scene in Iron Man 2 teases Thor. The end credit scene of Thor teases Captain America. The end credit scene of Captain America teases the Avengers. I want them to tease the next movie and nothing more. I don't want what they did at the end of Avengers where they teased Thanos, and that took like another, 6 years to pay off? Okay, it was probably less than that. Probably closer to 4, but still. I don't... Like, the Eternals, Thor Love and Thunder... Like, I know they had plans to pay off these scenes, but it took years. Just tease the next movie, that's it. I'm fine with the final scene being a joke. I don't think it has to be that serious. But whatever. Okay, any other comments? So there's the entire middle of this movie takes place in space. They go to space to find Galactus. And then when they find Galactus, you know, he says he wants the baby, and he induces Sue's labor to get the baby. And you get this chase sequence between the Silver Surfer trying to hunt down the Fantastic Four as they try to escape while Sue is having her contractions. Everything that takes place in space in this movie is so good. I enjoyed everything in space. The movie really only falls apart once they get... Shit. The movie only falls apart after that. But I love all the visuals, I love the colors. There's a great moment where Sue's like floating in zero gravity, laying on the space bed. As she, you know, her contractions have started, you see the black hole in the background, and it's just a beautiful shot. And there's a lot of those in space. I think the whole space scene is fantastic. It's well shot, it's well acted. Everything about it works so well. It's a great... The black hole is a great action set piece. It works. It works so well. It's such a good movie. In that front. Yeah, if it had been at the level of the space scene, yeah, I'd be talking a lot higher about it. But yeah, it's a good movie. It's, again, 8 out of 10. It's good. It's not as good as Superman, but it's still good. I'm much more worried about Doomsday. The casting of Robert Downey Jr. as Doom has me so worried about this next one. And well, yes, Infinity War and Endgame are good. I stand by Infinity War is better than Endgame and is one of the best Marvel movies. Every movie the Russos have done since then have been kind of dog water, especially the Electric State this year. The Electric State was fucking awful. So I'm actually not looking forward to Doomsday. I mean, I'll still go see it when it comes out, because obviously. But I've got plenty of concerns. That's for dang sure. Anything else? Any last minute while we fucking watch me fail in Mario Odyssey here? I have been saving this clip. Can I see how long? No, it doesn't say. trust me, I've had this clip for a long time. Just for like, oh yeah, you know, here's a random thing. I always try to keep at least one spare clip in my back. But whatever. Okay, that's all I've got about Fantastic Four. I don't have any miscellaneous things. Let's talk about the Marble League, shall we? Did I already open? I told myself earlier I was going to open that up. I don't think I actually did. Alright, oh wait, I can remove the spoilers as well. Where are my spoilers? Alright, we're done with Fantastic Four spoilers. Now it's on to Marble League. So I think we got Rodeo, and we have the 5 meter. So I have no idea what Rodeo is going to be, but I guess we'll find out.
It's something so intrinsic to the West. Rodeo. But here in the
is this
Marble
just
League,
fucking
it marks
ice
a
skating
new
again?
event. And as a result,
shit.
we have no idea what to expect. This event,
So,
by the way, sponsored
during
by
the
Jeremy
last Marble
Hill.
League... Oh.
The Oceanics still hold the top spot, but
During the
West
last
are
Marble
tracking
League,
them down. Shout out to
our
our team owner
bit
patrons
with,
as well. Thank you
ice
for helping us
skating
put on this wonderful
was
Marble League.
awful.
Hey everybody,
We were
I'm
one of
Greg
the
Woods, back from
worst
trip
ice
to the
skating
Chuck
teams
Wagon.
during the main league, during the during the All-Stars. Admittedly, it looks like we're on a bowl, but still, we are not a good ice skating team, so I'm very worried.
As we
I'm
load
very
the marbles
worried
in,
here.
the goal is to stay in the longest. The Majestic Melons will show us how it's done. The times are cumulative, so every time a marble leaves, the clock stops for them, but it keeps going for the other 3, now the other 2. And you can see that bull purposely lining up for the walls, figuring out the ways to buck those marbles off.
I'm very worried here.
And we look at the times. You can see him hopping up in the air. If you do hop and land in a different seat, that's okay. So you can see, first one went off at 325, 554.
I'm assuming it's just every team goes, last one standing
the
wins.
Rangers showing us how it's done. They give the cowboy nod, and off we go, and they lose one early. Persistent bumping against that wall, lost the second one. A short bump for the third. And, oh, this bull's now a headhunter, rocking around trying to find those other marbles. But a great hang on for member number 4 there, as it's shown here, M1. 11-2-1 for the seconds, and a 21-18 is the best cumulative time. Team Momo coming up now. Off they go. They stayed pretty close on that one. The bull builds up some speed before that second hit. Now 3 marbles off. 4th one right at the front and lost out. You have to wonder if some of the marbles
this is an
can
interesting
manage to
event.
stay on the
I mean,
back seats.
at least it's not like
That
laps.
gives them another couple of hits before they're cycled to the front. 28-0 goes up to first. Snowballs. In the gate, off. One gone.
Yeah, and
one
I see how it
trying
can
to hang
vary.
on.
That, like, hey, if you don't hit the wall as hard, or like if you get like jostled back and forth.
The arena doesn't have far to go, however. Still a bit of a shock. This whole event really is a shock. How many times do marbles ride?
I will be
of any
honest.
sort?
I do like
27-15
when they introduce
is
new
the
events.
second
And, you
best
know,
we've
we see
seen.
what else marbles can do.
How many times
Because, you
also in
know,
Marble
things
League
like
history have we ever
sprints
had a rough
and
stop
races and funnels, like those are what's
hits here.
expected. I like
And
when they
it's very
do
formulaic
weird
for
stuff.
this ball.
River rafting is a great example.
Swinging them around.
I love when they
hard
do
into the
something
wall.
different.
And the clock stops. That last marble
Bowl
did get
in the
almost a
winter
full
in the winter
rotation.
leagues, even though we weren't good at
2
it,
hits,
bowling I
and
think
then
was
finally
interesting. Or Shooting?
Blackjack number 4 is removed.
I think it was called shooting.
And it's an 18.
That was interesting. Like, how accurate could you be? Sure, most teams scored the same.
Oceanics,
but Savage Speeders didn't.
0-2 for the Oceanics. Oh, and the Oceanics.
That's, oh my God, that's bad. The Oceanics have been doing so well this year. Surprisingly. And that's, wow.
15-9-3 over 12 seconds off, and they go into last.
Oh my gosh.
That was that bull particularly rowdy. Pickup marbles have their work cut out for them. Trying to wrangle some of these bulls back into the pens. Green Ducks now. They have a bull that's got a good, interesting strategy. They had a marble that moved around and ended up in the back seat. And instead, the bull rotated around and said, I'm going to go in backwards. Green Ducks come in 4th out of 6 so far. Ducks still happy.
I like that little duck.
Savage Speeders coming up now. They're excited for this event. Wondering how fast they can get this bull to go, but I'm not sure that is the best strategy.
Yeah, that's some good.
It's working for them.
Wow, that's some good hits. Okay, they lost 2 at the end there, but yeah, no, they had some good hits there.
And the Savage Speeders, who are down in 10th in the overall standings in the Marble League thus far, they got this bull to pick up some speed and avoid the walls, and it worked. 31-5-2 puts the Speeders in first. Now, was that bull a little thrown off by their strategy? Or was that one not the strongest bull?
Oh, shit.
3 mellow yellows are gone, and the last one goes shortly thereafter. Nobody gets past 9 seconds on this ride. And look at the
so I had the idea.
Lifted every member out of their seat.
You know, so we've got the Team Galactic shirt and whatnot. But I had the thought, like, you know, I own a set of the Galactic Marbles. What if I just took some pictures of those? Or, you know, like, scanned it? What if I just turned myself into a Galactic Marble? Would that be funny?
For this event.
I had that idea, and I was like thinking about it, and I was like, I could probably maybe do that.
And what all goes
like
into
that
it,
totally
so
sounds like something I could do.
We hope you'll check
in theory. But could you just imagine little marble me bobbing up and down?
Go to the headquarters, maybe not the jail.
I was just thinking about it
in run number
yesterday.
9. Their bull is off. They
good hit. That's fine. That's a fine hit.
Got some rotation going where it's a
come on, take it slow. Oh. Okay, 2 hits at the end there is bad.
It was a
but we bought some time.
One of the marbles sent all the way out of the arena.
Yeah, that was a.
This form of rodeo, no fouls.
That was a bad foul hit, final hit. But that puts us in 3rd. We're probably not going to keep that 3rd.
Just under 4 seconds
but
back. It puts them in 3rd. Yeah, 2 members almost went over the wall.
Yeah, imagine as like one of those marbles, just like one in the stands. Wouldn't that be cute?
Some points.
Maybe I set up like a bunch of like, you know how like the only example I can think of is like American Ninja Warrior. You know how like in American Ninja Warrior they have like, oh, here's their family members watching from home, and they put them in the corner. I just like imagine me putting like a little Galactus on my little TV. Like imagine like a little like just like a little like couch with like the little Galactic marbles on it up in the corner there. Wouldn't that be cute? I always forget to use that TV. Like I have it there, and I just we like never use it.
Still yet to medal. They've lost. On that second impact, they get the bull hung up, and then it slides around with a tail whip to throw off that final Cobalt.
I don't. Where are the Cobalts sitting right now? I mean, okay, they just hit 11th here. But, like, overall in the standings, where are they sitting?
14-5-8. Bumblebees, with a shout-out to their sponsor, the Monster Cousins. They've lost 2 marbles, 3. The bull gets hung up. Time is ticking. Can they hold on? No.
It's good for me, but not for them. gotta make them. Oh shit! Did I
Nearly
play it?
20
You know what we should have
seconds
done
off,
after I finished?
11,
I
7,
didn't play Animal
7
Crossing
is
today.
dead last
Fuck.
among our runners, and we're 3/4 of the way
I
through.
forgot to
Speaking
play
of
Animal-
dead
I think I
last,
did
sorry,
anyways.
Balls of Chaos are in 16th in the standings. They've got just 4 points. They're the only team left still in single digits. They've got a marble holding on
Yeah,
here.
no, they kept that one in for a hit, but
Shy of the 8-second mark. And Balls of Chaos don't go last. 16-6-9 off of the leader. 14-8-3 puts them in 11th of 13. Raspberry Racers. Off they go. They've lost one, but they're holding on, all 3 of them now. They've got the ball right in the
shit.
middle,
Okay.
swinging him around.
Oh no.
They're
Oh
guiding
no.
the
That's
ball
not good
toward the
for.
middle there, and finally
Oh.
gets them sent off, but that ended
Okay.
up being a bit of a money horse.
That's
for
not
them.
good for us. But getting all 3.
Because
Yeah.
that
No.
should put
Okay. So we're
them
out of.
high
We're
up
4th
the
now.
order. It does. They're in first.
Okay. We lost
3
our medal,
past
but
10
we're still
seconds.
4th. But holy shit. They just kept in the middle there,
Wow.
avoided the walls.
With 2 teams left.
I'd expect nothing
They're
less from the
guaranteed a
Raspberry
medal.
Racers.
Well, the Raspberry Racers, Pinkies, can get up there, and they're trying
Okay,
to do
this
the
is bad
same
for us
thing
as
to get
well.
that ball more toward the middle. They've got one left.
Yeah, this is
Finally,
bad
they've
for
got it
us.
done. Swinging around past 11 seconds.
Their other
12,
players are like
13.
they kept hitting
That's
their
gonna
other
help them
players,
climb the order.
which was
Pinkies,
keeping them
another
in.
team that needs it. They're in 14th overall.
Yeah, okay, that puts
And
us
they
down to
go
5th.
third into bronze medal. And Raspberry Racers can finish no worse than silver. Midnight Wisps. The team
Yes, I think
is
we're in
slowly
5th.
working their way up the standings. What can they do here? Can they claim another medal? They've lost one.
You're
but
doing
now they're
good.
doing the same thing. They've got the ball angled toward the middle. They've lost the back marble. And
No,
finally,
okay.
tumbled
I mean,
off.
I still think they're gonna do well. They
I'm
might
not
bump.
sure that's gonna
They
be
might even
enough
bump us
for
down
the
another
gold.
one.
How close will it put them toward the top of the order?
Oh,
And
wow.
Silver.
Yeah, those 2 middle ones
Midnight
holding in
Wisps
there.
On the final run of the event, takes second place.
Okay, so
But
we're
it's the
down in
Raspberry
6th. So we
Racers that
lost a few
came to the
places,
bowl
but overall,
and
I'd
walk
still
away
think we had a
with
good
gold.
run. Yeah, that's a good run overall.
Savage Speeders with the bronze.
Of course, it's all
just
about medals.
3.26 seconds.
It's Mario Kart rules, man.
Separating
It's
the top
all
three.
it's first or nothing.
Silver goes to the Midnight Wisps, and the gold goes to the Raspberry Racers. Congratulations to these teams, and we will see you all at the next event, the 5-meter.
Yeah, no, I think that was a good event. I think
First time
the
we've
whole.
contested
I'm glad that it wasn't
rodeo here in
just
the Marble League,
fucking
and that by default means it's
surfing
the
again,
Raspberry Racers
or
are our
skating.
new
That
record
having that
holders.
bump, that contact, made things a
Racers
lot more
coming from
interesting.
ninth in the
I'd totally be
standings,
down for that
yet
event to come back.
medal prior to this event.
That was a good one.
How
I enjoyed
high
that.
They climb here. Well, the rodeo gave us twists and turns, bucking around and throwing marbles through the air. It was chaotic,
We're in
It's
5th.
quirky.
We're in our birthright.
but it worked. Midnight Wisps take over the
All right, and then I saw event 5 down here.
When I saw what time it is today, I had to sprint back from the lower 40 to get into the stadium to get ready for our next event. But that's nothing
Wait.
compared to what these marbles are
All right,
going to
never
do
mind.
in the 5-meter sprint, appropriately the 5th event of the 2025 Marble League. Hey, everybody. I'm Greg Woods. Beautiful stadium. Interesting scenarios setting up for our championship standings as the Midnight Wisps lead the way over the Oceanics and the O'Rangers.
Welcome back to Marble League 2025, hosted by the O'Rangers. The 5th event is the 5-meter sprint.
We got a dandy in store for you today because we also have the 2nd event of the Showdown. Marbles won't be chasing that trophy in the Showdown. That's going to be for the main event afterward. But for those competing, it's a chance to get some glory and hopefully find their way back to the big show soon enough. In this test event here, the Huckleberries up top, losing out to the Flaming Cherries. Melons making a run.
You know, it's
in lane
listen. This
2.
is the Savage Speeders race
And
to
it will
lose.
be Vermilion, the captain of the Fighting Cherries, just
which
getting
after
by
doing really well in
Candlewood
the previous
by
event,
0.008 of a
that's
second.
not going to be good for us, but we're going to, of course, start off with the showdown
First heat.
here.
Shout out to Changqing HK for sponsoring this one.
If I had to guess, the reason why, because I don't know if they said this, but I think the reason why they're doing the showdown before the main events is because of the sponsor thing. You know, you have every team sponsored except for the Rojo Rollers. You want to show off the sponsors, you know, you want to give them their time in the light. And if your team didn't make it into the league, they only show up for like 2 videos. You know, usually the 2 events of the showdown, or the 4 events of the showdown. So breaking them up into the main league gets them more time. So at least that'd be my guess as to why they did it. I don't know if they've officially said anything different. But I'm actually fine with it. I wish it had been like it says just event 5 meter sprint. I wish it said somewhere that like, hey, showdown.
Nearly go wire to wire.
Like I wish it specifically also mentioned showdown. But whatever, it's fine.
That win over Glimmer from the Shining Swarm. There you see it, 28 thousandths of a second. The entire field separated by slightly over a tenth. Indigo and Purple Rockets, they do not move on. Chocolatiers, Gliding Glaciers, Rojo Rollers, and Minty Maniacs, and it's the Maniacs cruising to an easy win. Ooh, that battle for second place, though. It comes down to the photo finish, and Gliding Glaciers get it by 2 milliseconds. Sheet hips Rojo Dose.
Ooh.
Chalk
Okay,
the Chocolatiers.
so as we're just one, I just see a tweet from Sam about the next Game Changer. So way back in August of last year, Sam posted, seeking a sponsor for an episode of Game Changer. What I can offer, meaningful, lighthearted, fun-branded integration into one episode of Season 7 in exchange for 50 to 100K, though it'll probably end up going to the highest bidder. And then a tweet from 4 hours ago, relevant ahead of Monday's new episode. So whatever Monday's episode is, it's going to be sponsored. Which, can I be honest, I don't have a problem with.
Solar flares.
Like, I don't have a problem with it at all. I get it. Get that bag. Get that bag because they pay their staff
Turtle
properly.
Sliders, Hazers, Minty Maniacs, and Shining Swarm. Turtle Sliders and the Hazers are up top now. Hazers were making a run of it. They don't need to win, they just need to move on. And
Also, the other thing with the showdown being in the main events, I think it helps for people like Hazers fans, where it's like, oh, you know, your favorite team isn't in the league, and so you gotta wait for the showdown, which usually comes like after like event 12. It's later into the league. But so seeing them, you know, every like 4 events, that's not that bad.
Gliding Glaciers, Hazers, Turtle Sliders, and Crazy Cat's Eyes from far lane to near. Gliding Glaciers have a good jump. Crazy Cat's Eyes on the bottom are building speed. Hazers trying to make a run of it. They'll get third. Behind the Cats and the Glaciers. Dash from the Turtle Sliders did not live up to the name. In this case, nearly 2/10 back. That's one of the larger margins that we've seen. How about 100th of a second between second and third? Green Eye from the Crazy Cat's Eyes bounces back in a big way.
We have our showdown winners. The winners are the Crazy Cat's Eyes.
Again, I'm amazed the Crazy Cat's Eyes didn't make it into the main league. They're a pretty
Nicely
decent
done,
team.
Turtle Sliders.
And good for the Hazers as well.
Hazers who jump 1, but Cats
Back-to-back
are up 9.
bronze.
They've been building on that good result, and you too can build the Skyway Chase. Check it out, yellowsmarbleruns.com.
Oh my god, are they going to do a Coldplay cam thing?
Guard yourselves. Get ready. Give extra separation if you need. No, we don't do that here in the Marble
My
League.
god.
Oh, that's adorable.
That's so... I don't think they've ever done that before. That's so fucking funny.
5-meter sprint where we're handing
That's
out medals at the end
so
of this one.
funny.
Ready in the first run. Oh, Rangers for the hosts try to hold on. They won't. They'll fade to third. And instead, it goes to Bumble of the Bumblebees. The captain beats Clutter. By 17 thousandths of a second, those two will advance.
I'm
to
amazed
Rocco,
the
and
Savage
rapidly,
Speeders did terrible
they're
here.
done.
I'm also surprised
And
the
that one,
Rangers
look at
didn't do well there.
500ths the difference. From first to last, Momo, Ducks, Limers, and Wisps. Momo in the top lane. Middle lane there. Surging through is Mallard from the Green Ducks.
Yep.
That was oh so close. I thought Midnight Wisps had a chance at the 1/3 mark. The field separated by a 10th. It's Mallard and Amaya moving through.
All right, here we go. We're in the third lane.
Team Galactic.
Come on,
and the
Starry.
Pinkies.
You got this.
Snowball's quick out of the gate. Pinky's down on the bottom
Come
lane
on.
trying to build.
No,
Oceanics are right there.
They just couldn't catch up.
They will hold on to second place. Snowball
That
gets
sucks.
the win. Pinky Panther comes up just short. And Starry from Team Galactic a few rolls behind.
Yeah, she was just always behind.
Two captains.
Yeah, it sucks when it
advancing
happens.
Out of heat number 3. This event goes quickly. Blackjacks, Mellow Yellow, Cobalts, and Raspberry Racers. Two captains in the field. Very even. Among our top 3 at least. Mellow Yellow was off the back. And it will be Razzie, but who got second? Very close. Cobalts.
I keep forgetting to check where the Cobalts are.
Nicely done.
Okay,
over
12,
Cerulean in that
whatever.
one.
I'm not
Pinks and
rooting
yellow
for the
do not
Cobalts
advance,
by
and you see
any
where they
means.
slot
Not
in
at all.
from 9th to 16th.
But the fact that
Pinkies
this is
just
like
missing out on
their
the top 8.
first time,
Bumblebees,
you
Midnight
know,
Wisps,
in like 9
Snowballs,
years, that's
and the
kind of a
Cobalts.
big deal.
Bumblebees, Cobalts,
And
no, now
and it's not that I want them to do
That's
well,
gonna be a dead heat. We're gonna have
but
to wait for the
I'm just
photo
invested
finish
to
on
see
that one.
what does a team who haven't been in the show in 9
Oh
years
my
do.
goodness, that's close. By 1,000th of a second, the Snowballs beat the Bumblebees in semifinal 1.
Wow.
They both move on. Cerulean and Amaya do not. They are done. Green Ducks, Balls of Chaos, Raspberry Racers, and the Oceanics. Green Ducks. Oceanics on the bottom lane. They take
Ooh,
over.
sucks
Second
to suck, Green
place
Duck.
is won by Razzie from the Raspberry Racers. Mallard, who held second place for so long, was beaten at the last. 3 captains in the field. 2 of the 3 move on. That's Oceanics and Raspberry Racers, but that was a great run by the Green Ducks. Mallard goes up into 5th and collects some points. 18 thousandths ahead of Cobalts. Ready to hand out the hardware. Raspberry Racers, Snowballs, Oceanics, and the Bumblebees. Raspberry Racers up top. Oceanics coming up into second place. Can they make a charge? No! Raspberry Racers will hold on. The 14th seed gets the win by 35 thousandths of a second.
And again, the
Captain final.
When did the Oceanics get
goes to the
good?
Racers.
What I know they
Oceanics
changed
get silver,
something this year.
and Snowballs
But
get the
when
bronze.
did the Oceanics get good?
Shout out to team owners, Mackles and Slick Zone. Raspberry Racers held on beautifully throughout that one. Great runs. They didn't win every single heat. They were second in the semifinals, but they did enough.
Yep,
For
all
a
that
team that
matters
is
is
fourth
that
in the
last,
standings,
you know.
they already have 1 gold medal. They've just added another. Oceanics get their first silver of these games. And the Snowballs, who were in 6th, they only had a silver coming into this one.
We did better
They
than
now
the Savage
have a
Speeders and the
bronze.
Rangers.
Rangers, 3rd in the standings, but not in this event. What will that
Midnight
do to them?
Wisps
It'll
are so-
drop them.
All right, I'm going to pause it right there real quick. Midnight Wisps are still doing good, of course. That's another team that, like, yes, they were good once. Then they were bad for a long time. And now I guess they found their Derek Jeter and they're doing good again. Oceanics, that one really surprises me. Raspberry Racers and Snowballs are to be expected. Snowballs, hit or miss. They did good last year, right? These two, of course, I expect to be up here. These are way lower than I think. And then, yeah, here are the Cobalts down in 14th. Ugh. And they made it into the main show. They did what they could. Alright, so I guess that takes us to our outro. Next week, let's see. What's on the event coming soon? We have Outdoor Triathlon in Boise? What? There's no way I pronounced that right. What the heck is this? Italian? Okay, I don't know how to pronounce it. Because there's no way it's pronounced Boise. Yeah, there's no way it's pronounced Boise. But also known as Italian lawn bowling is a game where players or teams try to roll balls closest to a smaller target ball called a pallino or a jack. So it's gonna be like a bowling thing? What do you mean there's a court for this in town? What? Okay, whatever. What do you mean there's a Switch game? Okay, whatever. Again, I like when they add new events, so I'm fine. Rodeo was actually pretty decent, so we'll see. But okay, we've been going on for a long time now. That's where we're gonna end off for tonight. God, we went for 4 hours. How the fuck did we go for 4 hours? I know I talked about Pokemon for an hour and a half, but still. How the fuck did I run out of video game tonight? I thought we would... oh my god. We did all those shinies. We did 7 shinies tonight. What the fuck? Whatever. Whatever. Or no, wait. 6, 7. We did 9, actually. Which I don't think that's our most, but still. Okay, so we will be back in the future. We'll probably be back with more Pokemon next week. You know, even though our Morpeko shiny hunt went awful. And I was so done by that point. Luckily, the last 2 went fine. And we'll be back next week. We'll hunt Oddish, Scrovillain, and the other thing. Hopefully there'll be a Nintendo Direct. You know, if you thought I talked for an hour and a half about Pokemon this week, wait until there's a Nintendo Direct and we talk for 3 hours. Oh, shit. I'm only slightly joking. Do I have like a straight face? I'm only slightly joking. I guess that could work for straight face, because... yeah, that one doesn't, that one doesn't. I don't think anger does. Yeah, I think that works for like straight man. I don't know. But yeah, we'll be back next week to hopefully talk about that, you know, stream that, whatever. Back with more Pokemon. Maybe, hopefully next week I'll have watched Man of Steel. We'll see. Because I did want to this week. I'm kind of glad I didn't because of how long we talked about this shit. But, it happens, it happens. That's where I'm going to end off. I hope you all enjoyed. Stay tuned for more. Until next time. Peace.